Good morning, everybody. I'm a little under the weather, so I'm going to try my best to be articulate and informative. So we're playing in a Water League. It looks like we're playing about 8 rounds. You got 163 people. 164. Bam. I'm excited. This is a lot bigger than a lot of the paper events that I usually get to play, so we're just going to see how this goes. If we have downtime in between rounds, I will just give like a quick deck deck. What do you think about this hand? So you got a Spell Pierce. Once Upon a Time is pretty much a second land, so this is actually like a 2-land hand with Pure Gasoline. So I guess one of the most important things to note about my deck list is that I'm currently running Spell Pierce over... Okay, so we're on the draw, but I think this hand's definitely good enough. Yeah, no, I'm excited, yeah. Okay, Ancient Stirrings. Yeah, we're not countering that. So make sure that we're casting our Once Upon a Time before anything else. I think we're just going to hold up Spell Pierce, leave up Thought Scour turn 1, so I don't see a reason to cast it until we have to cast one of those. Yeah, no. I don't think these guys run Field of the Dead, but it's possible they run a one-off. I'm actually not sure. Yeah, no, Amulet's definitely where we want to be. We just get this Mandrills into play turn 2. I've never seen Field from them either, but I haven't played against very much Amulet since whatever that set's called. Yeah, no, if they just go turn 2 Growth Chamber, this is really good for us. They're not even floating a green, like they have nothing to play. Okay, so we're gonna cast Once Upon a Time first, obviously, so we can get our free spell. We'll take a Misty Rainforest, because it's gonna be... Yeah, no, I mean, like, we're 80% to hit a land, and then we have another redraw, and then another draw for turn. Yeah, like, we're... It's very unlikely we don't hit our second land. But yeah, no, it definitely feels good. So now we actually get to... Okay, this is the power of Once Upon a Time, right? So we got to keep... A, we got to keep a good hand. B, we get to play a turn 2 Mandrills. And C, we also get to hold up Spell Pierce. So, let's talk about that for a second. How good is holding up Spell Pierce here? We've got... So they've got 2 mana and a Forest in hand. So if they try to slam an Amulet, which is the thing that we want to counter, then we can't necessarily counter it. But if they go Ancient Stirrings into Amulet, we could counter it. Or we could counter like an Explosives on 2. Or we could just... I think it's a lot better than just casting Serum Vision, so I'm going to just cast the Mandrills and then hold up the Spell Pierce. Like, it's possible. Very, very possible that it's not going to do anything, but if they lead on Stirrings right now, before they play their land, okay, that means they probably don't have Stirrings then. This Azusa. Yeah, the argument is that we could play the Serum Visions first and then be able to find a kill spot for this Azusa, but she's resolving. Non-creature. Yeah. And then... Look at this. Rewarded. Right there, we got rewarded. Like, Azusa is a very good card in their deck, but without Amulet, it doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, if they have second Amulet, we're in a load of trouble. I switched out my Deprives for Mana Leaks. You know what? Or Like, why even bother complaining about anything when you could just rip a lightning bolt off the top? Let's hit up for 4. If they block, we'll just bolt it to get the extra damage. No, we're not even bolting it. We're just gonna let the damage go through. So we're gonna bolt it now. We'll cast a Serum. We probably should have let in Serum Visions. That's my bad. In case we hit like a mana leak. But we're bolting the Azusa anyway, so it's a very I actually really like Shoal here, because we can pay 3 mana and then just counter another amulet, because that's the card that we're most scared of here. So, and I don't think I really like Vapor Snag too much. Although it could like help us push through lethal. Yeah, I think we're gonna be keeping both of these. So we're gonna put Shoal on the very top. So we're gonna go Snag first and then Shoal. And then we're just going to jam a Savannah Lions and pass the turn. Okay, well they had the amulet this turn, so this is actually really awkward for us. Now we're in a sticky situation. So they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So any land is amulet or Titan mana, and we scried 2 non-mana league cards to the top of our deck. But they're also dead in a couple turns, so like there's definitely worse things. So we could play Mandrills here, which so they're dead in 3 turns, but we could snap bolt them at the end of turn, so they're dead in 2, and Mandrills doesn't change that clock. Also, snap holding up Snapcaster Mage lets us hold up Disrupting Shoal, which also counters Pact. Right, if I do need the snag, I can grab it. That is correct. Yeah, I'm thinking Bojuka Bog me. Okay, that's actually annoying, but it's... They have 3 cards in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they have 6 mana. So we're pretty much forced to just let this resolve. Like, we could flash in the Snapcaster Mage, but then... No, because if they have Pact of Summoner's Pact here, we get punished really hard. And then we just lose. So I think I'm going to play a little conservatively. It doesn't change our clock either way, though. Like, we just flash in Snapcaster. End of turn. Okay, so they have the Titan. Let's just see how deep they go with it. Because if they try to kill us this turn, then we just bounce it back to their hand, and then just kind of shrug it off. But if they... Okay, they do run Field of the Dead. Who saw that one coming, chat? Who was scared of the Field of the Dead? That was me. Yeah, no, this game is really unfortunate. They just kind of had the, They just kind of had it. Yeah, no, they had the amulet in the one turn that, we were shields down for it. Okay, this is fine, though. Do we play this out? I just don't think we're winning this game. Like, they can pay for mana leak, so we can't even counter it on the way down. Like, we're just not going to even show them the Vapor Snag. It's fine. Staticaster is bad here. It misses Azusa. Like, it only kills the Tribe Scout, the 0/1 tokens. Okay, so I think some number of shatter effects are good here because we're really scared about Amulet. Veil of Summer might be a consideration to fizzle a Pact of Negation, but I don't think that's where we want to be. Rage seems... Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. I'm just figuring out what I need to cut to. Pierce seems fine. I don't really have an issue with it. Snare seems pretty bad. I think Snare only hits a couple of things. Okay, so we definitely want Disdainful Stroke. That's a no contest. Burst Lightning seems fine. They have a lot of targets. I think Snag seems fine just to, like, maybe Alpha Strike them through a Titan. What does not seem fine? I don't like the 1-mana cantrips, but if we're keeping Shoal in them, we're keeping the cantrips in. So let's leave Grudge out on the bench, and let's just tag out. Where are my Blood Moons? I'm just not running them. Honestly, I don't think we want to Snapcaster in this matchup. It's just not. Just doesn't have the speed, and we'll just have like maximum answers. Snare is not great. Yeah, no, I started out Snare, right? Yeah, no, Snare's not in here. No, Shoal's great. Amulet is the only card we care about in this matchup. Okay, another quote-unquote 2-land hand. We're gonna keep this. No, trust me. Trust me, Amulet is the only thing in their deck that lets them do anything remotely broken. Otherwise, they're just like a really slow big mana deck. That's one of the like unintuitive things about the matchup is that Amulet is the... Well, actually, it's not even unintuitive. It's like in the name of the deck. So we are going to, once upon a time, before we fetch, we are running 3. But, like, you could feel just how wonderful it is for our deck. So we got a Steam Vent. We're just going to play the Steam Vents because I know about it. Yeah, no, I am sick. But we only get these every so often. So we're just going to play through it. And then... Okay. We got a Delver. We're going to pass the turn. Next turn, we get to hold up Mana Leak. If they go turn 1 Amulet, we feel bad. Okay, turn 1 Charm Scout, that's fine. I mean, it's still really good for them, obviously. Which means that they don't have a turn 1 Amulet, which is good for us. Hexdrinker, we are not revealing that. Okay. Okay, I think I'm fine offering this trade, because we do have, like, backup threats in our hand. And then, we just get to deploy a Hexdrinker. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, do we snag the Scout to slow him down? I think the answer is yes. And then we just pass the turn, and then we get to... We'll hold up Mana Leak next turn, because they don't have Amulet, otherwise they would have led on it turn 1. Alright, that's a lie. Maybe you sequence Scout first anyways, so that you can activate it and get extra mana off the Amulet on turn 2. I'm unsure. I'd have to ask an Amulet type player that. We'll reveal Spell Pierce, that sounds pretty good. So this is the great combo in Magic the Gathering. You got Mana Leak and Spell Pierce, but they know about the Spell Pierce, so they're going to play around the 2 mana, and they don't play around the 3. Theoretically. Unfortunately, on top of this Tribe Scout, but Amulet. That's actually really interesting. We revealed the spell pierce, didn't we? They probably have Veil of Summer. Oh, they still have to do it. They definitely have Veil of Summer, right? Because they either have Veil of Summer or another amulet. Or what's this? Gain 2 life. Interesting. Oh, I'm just dumb. I should have freaking Mana Leak that. Yeah, it's my bad. I forgot this thing could. Okay, I just punted away this game. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. It's actually still possible. We win this. It's just not exceptionally likely. Yeah, no, that was definitely a yikes. That was just me being bad at the game, honestly. Okay, but if this is a Titan, then we get to counter it, and then we feel a bit better about ourselves, which feels good. Okay. Yeah, no, it's definitely a yikes. I mean, if they had Veil of Summer, we feel really bad if we Mana Leak that, and then we don't have a Mana Leak for this Titan, so... I don't know. Like, it's not worst case scenario. It's like second worst case scenario, you know? Worth noting, if they had second Amulet, they could have paid 3. They had a Bounce Land in hand. Okay, it's gonna be Thought Scour. Hit you for 3. Put a land. Gain 2 life. Yeah. This is brutal. Yeah, no, I literally just woke up. I'm sorry. There's definitely going to be, like, a couple things that I would not normally be inclined to do. I should also be keeping track of which lands they have in their hand. Like, I knew that about the Fountain. I think these are the only 4 lands I've seen, though. Do I Thought Scour myself? Yeah, like, they have 6 mana next turn. So they just play Titan. Well, let's Thought Scour myself. Because we're not getting any leverage anyways. Let's just develop our board as much as possible. Like, it doesn't matter a whole lot, but... Right, exactly. Yeah, no, right. Get super aggressive. We also, yeah, exactly. We cannot stop this Titan. It's just gonna come down, and we're pretty much goners. I had the Mana Leak for that amulet too. Oh my god. Okay. But we live and we learn. Interesting. They must be doing some weird stuff. I guess they just don't have second Titan. This is really good for us. Like, this is really, really good for us. Like, we were actually in a position where we pretty much guaranteed lost the game. And now we're in a position of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. We can snap leak their, like, future Titans. Okay. I'm actually fine trading this Hexdrinker off to the Sakura Tribe Scout, because it means that they can make less mana, so it's harder for them to play around Mana Leak. Like, this is fine. I mean, this is resolving. You got it, opponent. Prime time. If they have a land in hand, they get to. Yeah, no, they get to make a Titan 4, 6, 7. Please don't bounce a bounce land back to your hand. Okay, so now this means that they have Titan plus Gruul Turf in hand. Look, wait, we're learning. We're learning they have Gruul Turf in hand, Slayer's Stronghold, Sakura Tribe Scout, which means that they still have 3 mana, but we get to snag the Titan if they try to attack with it. So, like, this is fine. Like, we obviously can't mana leak it, right? That'd be old Eric. We're learning, we're evolving, we're waking up. Let's see what they grab though. Field of the Dead's annoying because they pretty much grab Field and any other card. Yeah, no, that's also true. We're just gonna see like how much they invest into it. Like if they go Vesuva Field, which is what I'm assuming they're getting, so that they can Vesuva Boros Garrison, and then bounce the Vesuva back to hand, activate Slayer's Stronghold, attack for 8. And then we just like kill it beginning of combat, obviously. No, Bolt's not Bolt. Definitely appealing here. We're gonna kill it if they get Simic Growth Chamber plus Teleria West. What is this? Selesnya Sanctuary. I honestly would have assumed they would have gone. This is interesting. I don't know what the Selesnya Sanctuary is for. Gruul Turf in hand. Sakura. Oh, I guess they're just. It's the same thing. They still have red-white mana. Yeah, well, we're gonna make them tap their Tribe Scout so we can attack with the Snapcaster Mage. No, that doesn't really matter. But we're gonna make them tap it anyways. We're going to begin combat. Yes, that resolves. Okay, just make sure we don't, like, skip past the beginning of combat, and then we're good. We're not dead, but we go to 7 if we Bolt's not bolt it. What happens if we snap snag? They go to 7, and then they're more likely to be dead next turn, right? So I think snap snag is actually better here. Yeah. We need to play a little faster, but I'm just trying to let wake up to struggle. Okay, they have 1 card in hand, and it's... I don't even know what it is at this point. Okay, well, let's fire off this. Let's get this snag into play. Okay, and then if we draw a bolt, then they're dead. Oops. Let's let this Snapcaster trigger resolve. Snag, Titan. Oh no! No! I was supposed to bolt them at their end step. Holy. Okay, I'm actually the worst player. Like, okay, it didn't matter, But that was very bad. Don't do that. Okay, let's see if they take it. Yeah. We'll just, it's rough. Okay. Well. Jeez. That's, okay. Well, let's go over the deck. Maybe that'll wake me up. Sorry guys, that was a bit of a rough showing for me. We're gonna hopefully, actually no. You know what? I know that we're going to perform better this next game. Okay. Gonna drink some water. My throat's gonna be feeling better. We're gonna be awake. So let's take a look at this deck. Here we go. Okay, so we're on 17 lines today. The 3 Once Upon a Time really helped with that, as you guys saw. I was like one of the biggest takeaways from that last match. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna play a really tight match too, though. We're ready. So we got our removal suite. On 1 mana, we've got 8 removal spells, which feels super great. We've got 8 1-drop creatures. We're running Spell Pierce and Spell Snare as additional cheap counters to supplement our Disrupting Shoals. And then we've got 3 Mana Leaks to take out all of their Curve Toppers. And then our threat base is rounded out with Hooting Mandrills. So, yeah, I mean, Amulet Titan, it's definitely a very feasible matchup, especially with Disrupting Shoal. I mean, I made some mistakes. I was actually just going to lose the games anyways. But, like, just based off of how my draws, like, actually rounded out. But, I mean, like, you can't just, like, have that as an excuse for yourself. You know, you need to hold yourself to a high standard, like, even if you're sick and it's early in the morning. Like, it's not about making excuses. It's about, like, looking at your gameplay critically and saying, like, hey, you know what? I should have done that a lot better. And I mean, like, yeah, this isn't the Pro Tour or anything, but I definitely do need to, like, be very conscious of what's going on, you know, like, not missing things like Sakura Tribe Scouts able to generate mana at instant speed, you know? Like, maybe I should have the brain capacity to figure that out, you know? Okay. But yeah, so aside from me roasting myself, we've got in our sideboard. This is probably the most interesting part of the deck. We have a lot of overlap, so we've got 3 graveyard hate cards, but Skooz is also really great in a lot of the fair matchups and decks like Burn, where the life gain matters. We've got Veil of Summer, Huntmaster, and Skooz. These are all well, excuse me, really great in the fair matchups. Previously, our deck kind of struggled to hit 4 lands on turn 4, but with Once Upon a Time, it's almost like we have 20 lands, which feels really, really good, and I can actually hit 4 lands by turn 5 very consistently. Uh, so yeah, Huntmaster feels great, Skooz feels great. We're also on a number higher green sources than we were before. We're running no Fiery Islets. We're only on 2 actual factual red sources in the deck, which are the pair of Steam Vents. Staticaster feels great. It really helps against decks like Soul Hoarder, where we can just repeatedly ping all of their good stuff creatures, and makes Ice-Fang Coatl a beatable entity, which is very appealing. We've got Grudge. Yeah, I don't know. I'm toying with it. I think this deck definitely has a lot of merit. Like obviously in paper I'm running what's Force Negation over Spell Pierce, but I'm actually still in the boat that Spell Pierce and Force Negation actually have like a lot of give and take to them. Like in those games, you saw that I just happened to have mana up, and that's just something that I found to be the case. Like every time I've sleeved this deck up online, I just like find myself to have one mana up, and Spell Pierce is generally just a hard counter. And I played against a Jeskai control player that was running main deck Spell Pierces, and it was very good. I mean, mostly because I didn't see it coming, but you can't really say that anybody sees any of these card choices coming. Yeah, no, Force of Make My Wallet Sad Negation is makes my wallet even more sad on MTGO. Yeah, and then Ceremonious Rejection and Disdainful Stroke are also just reasonable. Like, sometimes these four cards just feel really out of place with the rest of the sideboard. Because, and Grafdigger's Cage. So, the reason I say that is because I bring these cards in so many matchups because they're just so versatile. And then these five cards come in a couple of matchups, and they definitely make the matchups better. But it feels like they're almost taking up slots that could be used by more versatile cards. But I don't know. That's just like my impression with playing around with Ceremonious Rejection a lot. And like I also haven't ran into Dredge and played a Grafdigger's Cage, so there's also that. Spellsnare seems fine. Oh my god, I'm sorry, guys. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, Spellsnare seems fine. Like people really are overrating it in the current meta. I think it's a great inclusion to have access to like a copy or two in your main deck, but I definitely don't think you should be going overboard either. It's really great to just have between Spell Snare, Vapor Stag, the Disrupting Shoals, Burst Lightnings, Third Thought Scour against the discard decks. Like, all of these cards can come out in a matchup or another. And, like, of course, like, some of these other cards all have their matchups where they get trimmed or cut in. Not all of them. Like, Bolt and Delver generally stay in. But it's really nice to have, like, 11 cards that I'm willing to cut. And then I have 10 cards that I love bringing in. Like, of course, it's matchup dependent, but I really enjoy having like very powerful, flexible cards like Spell Snare. Like, even if they're not powerful in every matchup, I'm not guaranteed to see it in every matchup, and it could always just pitch to a Disrupting Shoal. And this is actually like a really cute interaction. Is like Spell Snare by itself covers the bases of CMC2 spells, and then Disrupting Shoal can use Spell Snare to counter a CMC1 spell, which is pretty great, like especially against the mana dork decks that sometimes just run very few 2-drops. And you're like, well, this Spell Snare is not going to be very useful, but I could just pitch into the Disrupting Shoal to counter their turn 1 mana dork. That feels super, super great. Okay. So how does this work? Do we get like notified? 21 of 82. Okay. So I guess we could just talk about the deck. So, what do you guys think about this list? Like, like outside of like I guess Once Upon a Time and the sideboard are definitely the big talking points. Yeah, no, I'm really enjoying the like the modern like format in general. Like right now, Jack, it's pretty great. Oh, also the sort by color feature is pretty great for just like counting how many blue spells I have, like in pre and post board games, which feels pretty good. Uh, like I've been trying to stay close to 24 and above, and I'm really happy that this version of the deck sits at a really nice like 26, even considering that I'm running 3 Once Upon a Time. And this card's honestly just absurdly powerful. Like in our last match against Amulet, like we were able to keep 2 1-land hands, and they were just pure gasoline. I mean, we still lost, like maybe a lightning bolt for the Sakura Tribe Scout wouldn't have hurt. Yeah, no, I think 19 is definitely not where you want to be. Like flooding is a very like real tangible issue. Um, I don't know, and like even when you do have extra lands, like this deck does, it is able to use them. Like Hooting Mandrills has a nice modal cost that you could just dump extra mana into, and keep your graveyard stocked for cards like Scavenging Ooze, and Snapcaster Mage, and just other Mandrills. Yeah, no, I mean it's not super likely to hit a creature, but here's the trick: you just have 4 like good creatures in the matchups where you think you're going to be casting Once Upon a Time, and you just like take all of these good stuff creatures, you take out your like slow cards or your cards that are meant for the faster decks, and then maybe you trim like a Burst Lightning, and then all of a sudden your Once Upon a Time hit rate. Actually, you know what? We're gonna pull up the hypergeometric calculator because this is why we're here. We're here for the math. We're here for, I find myself hardcasting Force Negation and Shoal a large amount of the time too, and I think it's really worth noting that like it's the flexibility that that's the premium you get by running cards like Force Negation, and the flexibility is great. Like I was talking about what's its face, Spell Pierce earlier. Okay, so just like rough statistics, these aren't like accounting fetch lands and stuff, but let's assume that we've been playing a grindy matchup. It's about like turn 8 or so, and we've gone through, let's say, 3 of our creatures. So we've got, okay, let's sort by converted mana cost. So we have 4. Okay, you know what? We'll get better at this, but this is going to be a good statistics moment for all of us. Scroll this out. Okay, so with Once Upon a Time, we have a certain hit rate of hitting lands and creatures. So we're keeping hands more aggressively because we have Once Upon a Time. So let's say we're talking about the opening hand. So that means that the population size is going to be 53. So if we're missing any given card, that means that we don't have it in our hand. So we're going to, for the sake of this, we're going to assume that Snapcaster Mage is, well, we're going to assume that he's not a creature first. We're going to assume that he's more of a spell. Let's say we're trying to play against, we're game 1 in the blind, right? We haven't brought in any of our extra creatures yet. What's it going to be? Which cards are our threats? And how likely are we to actually be able to get them? So we look at our successes in the population. We only have 12. So if our sample size is the 5 cards off of Once Upon a Time, plus the 7 cards in our hand, right? That's 12 cards. Like we get to see, wait, Once Upon a Time is 5 cards, but it is a card itself. So we're going to actually make this 11, if that makes sense. 6 cards plus the 5 cards you see off Once Upon a Time. So if we're, but this is alternatively 12 if you're on the draw. So the number of successes in the sample we've got 1. So we are 96%, assuming that we have a Once Upon a Time in our hand, and none of these 12 creatures, we are 96% to have a creature. But oh wait, no. Okay, wait, no, this is messed up. Okay, so the reason this is messed up is because we're assuming that we don't have a creature in our hand, right? And then we're saying that, well, it is possible that we have a creature in our sample size. So we're going to bring this back down to 5, because that's the Once Upon a Time is, right? Sorry, still waking up. Okay, so we're 70. This number makes more sense. Okay, 74% defined creature, like a actually threatening creature, if we do not have one in our opening hand. So 74% is very, very reasonable. However, let's say that we're post-board and we're in a grindy matchup, let's just do 16 for now. Like just so it jumps all the way from 74 to 85. So it goes up 11% by just running grindy creatures in our sideboard. So this is the power of just running like raw creatures over cards like Veil of Summer and Wrenn and 6, because it allows our Once Upon a Time to just catapult that percentage from like a mediocre C to a B. Like that right there is the difference from just like having a passing grade on your card to it representing a threat in your hand, if that makes sense. Which is really important, like when you're deciding which hands to keep and which hands not to keep. And then let's say the game is just grindier. Let's say it's turn 7. So you've got 7 passive draws, maybe a fetch land, so that's 8 cards, plus the 7 you kept in your opener, that's 15. So we're down to 45 cards in our deck. Let's say we've used, I think 2 creatures is reasonable. They fought through 2 or 3 creatures, so we had 12, and now we have 10, right? If we're assuming this is like a game 1 scenario. So we have 10 creatures. So the sample size, we're again going to use 5. We're going to look for 1 success. We're going to see how, if we can, or actually, we're going to include Snapcaster Mage in this sample, because Snapcaster Mage is great in these grindier matchups, and I would be happy to consider him a threatening card when it comes to like just hard casting Once Upon a Time on their end step after holding up something like Mana Leak. So game 1, we're playing against a grindy deck. We're holding up mana for Mana Leak. We cast a Once Upon a Time on turn 8 or so. I guess Mana Leak's not very good at that point in the game, but just like point of the argument, right? So we've got Once Upon a Time has 2 outcomes. So we either, or 3 outcomes. We either hit a creature and feel very good about ourselves. We hit a land and effectively blank if it's later in the game, or we actually blank and hit nothing. So the chance of actually blanking, which is a very important thing to consider, is very, very low. I think it's below 10%. So if our population size is, so if our population size is 60, and we've got, what is this, 32 hits, then out of our sample size of 5, our chance of blanking with Once Upon a Time, well, okay, so that would be 0, right? Chance of blanking with Once Upon a Time is 1.8% on turn 1. 1.8% Once Upon a Time blanks. That is absurd. To put that into perspective, statisticians consider it less than 5% to be statistically unlikely to happen. So if it was anything less than 5, I would automatically consider it to be like guaranteed for the effects of playing the card. But the fact that it represents a card every time is very good. Sometimes you don't really have much of a choice, but that's fine because it always represents a card. But then as far as like actually being able to get a choice, which is the most important part of a cantrip, that's why the extra creatures matter so much, because they make it so that in these grindy matchups where you need more creatures, we have 19 creatures. Like, that's absurd. We have 19 creatures, and we still meet my 24 minimum instant and sorcery. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, guys, if I'm boring you to death, but I'm just killing time between rounds. And this stuff is really interesting for me, because this is like a really great, like, deck building, like, balancing act for me. Because we've got the 24 instance of sorcery. I do not want to go lower than that. I want to be able to blind flip this Delver a reasonable amount of time, and I think that 24 is like a great minimum to go for. But look at the threat density of this deck. It's absurd. Like, I played at Vegas, right? And I'm playing against all of these decks, and I'm like, you know what? I don't want to play against Hogak. Hogak is an abysmal matchup. I play against Hogak, and it's just, do I have Disrupting Soul in my opening hand for their turn 1 supplier? Oh, I did? Well, it didn't matter, because they actually had another supplier and then a Satyr Wayfinder, and they just slam a Hogak. And it's like, do I have a Vapor Stag? No. Or maybe I do, and then I still lose. It just doesn't feel great. But I'm playing against all of these blue-white control decks. Like, I wasn't running Scavenging Ooze at the time. I think I was running 3rd Huntmaster. But my threat density was just so absurd that they couldn't deal with my deck. Like, I'm sure I was going to game 3s and stuff. Like, it was definitely competitive matches. But between Veil of Summer and this absurd threat density, the fair decks don't just prey on our deck anymore. We actually have options for them. And that's what's so awesome. So I think... So I'm really enjoying the 19 spells here. So, like, 19 successes in our population, 5 cards. Bam. We are 80... What? Wait. Yeah, 1. You should play Calcite Snapper. Dude, I love Calcite Snapper. But I don't think he's good enough. Yeah, so we're at 86% to find a threat if we have not seen any that game, which is really great. If we've seen 2 that game, and we're on 45 cards, like I said earlier, like let's say turn 5. Turn 5 makes more sense, right? So we've seen 5 draw steps. We've seen our 7 initial cards, so that's 12. And then we might have fetched once or twice, so we'll have like 44 cards-ish. And then we've seen 2 threats, so, but out of our 19, that means we have 17 left. Bam, slam that in. We're 93% to just find another threat. Like, once upon a time, whoops, send it back. Once upon a time almost represents, since it's 93% to find threats later, it's almost like it's just more threats for us. It's like we're running 22 threats. Like, the threat density of this deck, and then if we go back to, like, our game 1 configuration, bam, look at this. We've got 4. I think we're on 28 Instants and Sorceries main deck, which is so good because we could just linear deck our opponent's down. We've got so many great aggressive openers that just stem from once upon a time, find a Delver of Secrets, kill them fast. Or like, once upon a time, find a second Delver, play a Hexdrinker, Delver, go. Like, it's so crazy. Honestly, I have not been super impressed with Hexdrinker as of late, but I think that's just like more of a situational thing. Like, I played against a blue-white control deck in the practice room. Actually, you know what? That's a great thing that we could be doing. Okay, Just kidding. We're starting in 10 seconds. But yeah, we could watch some of the replays from some of my matches where I've admittedly also been playing sort of at a lax pace. I don't know. I mean, I think if you'd have to engineer a pretty weird meta for me to want to play Nimble Mongoose. Like, it would have to be just a lot of blue-eyed control. Okay, we're gonna say good luck, have fun. This is probably going to up our win percentage. Okay. We're on the draw. We're just not going to get greedy. I would really like to not have a one-lander. Remember, this is 2-land hand. Thought Scour. Spell Snare. You want to... Okay, yeah, no, I can close it. It's fine. Okay, okay, we're keeping this. I think we just bottom Serum Visions here, and then we have 2 threats in case they turn 1 Thoughtseize us. This Once Upon a Time is pretty much just going to get cast, like, almost on their end step for a land. But we're going to wait until we draw so that we know, like, exactly what we need. Yeah, and look, we're playing against the Thoughtseize deck. God bless Mold 6. Oh, Mardu Shadow. I love this deck. Yeah, the results. Yeah, and we get to hold up Spell Snare and Thought Scour for their Tidal Scholar. That feels good. Okay, I think I'm finally waking up. I've also played against this deck a fair amount. Okay. I think I'm just passing. And then I'll just cast a Once Upon a Time. We're just going to give them very little information. Remember, it's just the first spell you've cast this game, so we can wait until just before we cast our first spell. Yep, and there's the Scholar we thought they had, so let's cast this. Find our second land. Bam, look at that. Better lucky than good. Just kidding. 86% by the way. Fetch. See, now we know that we have blue-green, so we'll get blue-red. Fetch. Shock. And then here's the one of Spell Snare coming in clutch. Go. And then they swing for 1. Bam. Okay. Draw for turn. And I really like the idea of Mandrills. So we Thought Scour off of this source so that we can actually have green. Get a Lightning Bolt, which is kind of cool. But we're just casting this Mandrills. We'll leave behind a Spell Snare. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. It's between Spell Snare. Oops. Spell Snare, Once Upon a Time, and Thought Scour. Because we don't have Scavenge Gooses in our main deck, so we just don't have to worry about that. It's kind of cool. Okay, what do we got? Ranger Captain. Seems good. Okay, so they can give this guy pro green, which is very annoying. Let's start off by Fetch, Island, Thought Scour me. As if we get a mana leak, then this is very good. And even a Disrupting Shoal to counter Shadow is good too, right? They got Shadow, yeah. Second Mandrills was fun too. Okay, well I think we attack. They probably block if pro green. We can bolt it in response. And then play a Mandrills. We're feeling like alright. I think that's fine. Because this is either 3 damage later or it's 3 damage now. Okay. And then I think we just play Delver Mandrills. So Shadow's a 6/6, so I think we just play Delver here. No. Not the Thought Scour. Delver Secrets. Didn't even sack Captain in response. Exactly. What an amateur. Because now they can play the Death Shadow, but they don't want to tap their Silent Clearings for mana, because then they're just going to go down super crazy low. Or our opponent just has Balls of Steel. $10 Scholar, look for a bolt. Dude, I don't even know what our opponent's doing. They're actually dead to Lightning Bolt. We have... If we see another land, then we have 2 draws and a bolt. And then we even have a peek with this Delver. Or, yeah, assuming that the top card is a bolt, of course. Okay, let the trick resolve. No reveal. I don't think I'm winning the game with Tooting Mandrills. Oh, whoops. Let's draw a card for turn. Yikes. 1, 2. Okay. They have nothing to flashback with this Arcanist. That's actually hilarious. We're dead to Temur Battle Rage. Except we're not. But that's what our opponent thinks. They're actually dead if they try to Battle Rage kill us here. Which is hilarious. God bless Disrupting Shoal. And the reason we're dead is because they can ping, and then make this a 9/9, and then that's 18 trample damage. And then, I mean, we could technically throw both of our Mandrills in front of it, but... Holy shit, they're actually going for it. Dude, what an absolute madman. Oh, both the Delphi. Whatever shall I do? Not targeting that with Disrupting Shoal, although it is a legal target, it just doesn't counter it. Yeah, so I don't think... They don't have Temur Battle Rage then. So it's pro green, so we can't block it anyways. So we're just exactly dead. That's a feels bad. That's a feels bad. Let's see if they fire it at our face. Yeah. Yikes. Okay. Well, I mean, they got there. Yeah, let's go to game 2. That's a yikes. I mean, we weren't dead to TBR, but I guess we were dead to that. Okay. Well, this matchup Veil of Summer, great. Huntmaster, great. Scavenging Ooze, I like it. I mean, it's also good against their, whatever it's called. Don't judge me. Dreadhorde Arcanist. And then K-Command, too. We've got Disrupting Shoal to take out. We've got... Vapor Snag's fine. Like, Vapor Snag would have been really good that game, for example. Spell Pierce is fine. I don't know. So these are all very medium. Like, Burst Lightning is good enough just because Scholar and Give Reverence are both targets. But I think I'm, like, even Vapor Snag's pretty medium. But I think we're just, like, obligated to keep it in.
Yeah, I mean,
I physically cannot afford Force of Negation in that spot. Because I just do not have, like, the money to... But, like, imagine if they played the Arcanist the turn before and they had the Bolt in their bin, and then we saw that ahead of time, we could have countered the Arcanist with the Shoal Pitching Shoal. Or, like, imagine if it was any, like, one drop in our hand other than second Shoal. Okay, I'm fine with this. Yeah, I don't think we're getting any better than this. Okay, we head in the game. Head of the game. We're on the play. We're not on a Molda 6. This hand is wonderful. We don't have a red source, but we've got Hex Drinker. We get to... I think we're... Okay, so... Tell me what you guys think, but I actually really like jamming the Hex Drinker turn 1 against the discard decks. No, it's fine. I like jamming Hex Drinker turn 1 because we can't protect him from discard, and I'd rather just play him out and use all of our mana than just not play him out and not use our mana. Obviously being the difference there. Then we get to hold up Mana Leak next turn, and then maybe level him the turn after. Should play Renin 6 instead. What a quality comment. But now the issue is that they can either push it or they Thoughtseize us and we feel bad either way. Inquisition, take Mana Leak. Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah. Okay. But that means that they might not have a removal spell for him. Or they're just like trying to get us to hit them for 2. Okay. No. Not leveling him yet. Level him post combat, just because it's good practice. So they do not know about this island. They know about everything else in our hand. So we get to play Botanical Sanctum. Level. Like, I don't think keeping up Snag is worth it, so we're just gonna level twice. Because if they play a Scholar and we snag it in response, then it has the Oblivion Ring formatting, so then they just take our Bolt, return the Scholar, and we don't have a Snag, which feels atrocious. Got it, opponent. Giver, yeah. Okay, let's see it. Yikes. Okay, we'll play this island next turn, I guess. This is the one they don't know about. You can take people's money. No. I have to play for college tuition first. This is like this is an investment because it's going to be hard for me to play Paper Modern. I mean, Do I just snag this thing in response? Or do I let them take the snag and then, I think I just let them take the snag. Yeah, I think that's fine. Because if I snag this thing in response, then I'm down 2 cards. They take Bolt. Interesting. Now they go Arcanist. Scholar. Yikes. And they have Giver of Runes. This is brutal. Okay, what do you take? Dude, we're just straight up not having a good time this game. Give me a card. Okay, I'll fire this off now. I think we just have to play it. Okay, we're not dead yet. We're like in a remotely semi-decent position. If they play Ranger Captain, then we're officially screwed though. Yeah, like Scholar, take my Bruce Lightning, I don't care. Like, as long as we get to keep this Delver around, they're dead in like 4 turns if it flips. Or less. Take 2. Yes, I accept your deal. Like, they're out of cards, they've just got a Field of Bears. Like, now we get the Serum Visions. Find protection for this guy. So we just need to fade 1 turn. Now we Serum Visions. Mana Leak. Mana Leak. Like, I honestly feel like we don't even want red mana. It's whatever. I'd rather just not draw a blank. To be honest. And now we want their last card to be like Ranger Captain. Instead. Unearth Cycle. Yes. It's very non-threatening. But we're in a great position right now. Dude, we're playing Mythic's Blue-Green Delver Brew right now. Because now they Ranger Captain, we leak. We untap, we draw another leak. Oh my god, feels so great. Holy. Dude, our opponent's just like giving this game to us. We get to have a game 3. Oh, Fetch Shock, you won't. 5. Yeah. Now we have 2 mana links? Oh my god. Dude, who built this deck? They have 2 cards to our 2 mana links. You've got it, opponent. Put yourself in the Vapor Static. Okay. We'd love them to lead on Ranger Captain here. That's like best case. Unearth Cycle, yeah. Okay, now Mana Leak, both of them are live cards. So we actually just won this game. Holy. Oh, that feels really good. See, even if our deck was failing us, our opponent's deck failed them too. I told you guys we were in a good position. I like it. We're gonna try to draw red lines this game. Like, we have 10 of them. It's pretty reasonable. And Once Upon a Time, that's the other thing that I did not mention earlier. Once Upon a Time is also a color density thing too. Like, it improves our color density, and our 3 color deck was 17 lands, which is really gas. 2 lands, Bolt, Hexdrinker, Scoos. I think it's fine. Yeah, I'll keep it. Oh, like, we definitely don't want to mulligan. Like, this is, okay. Let's see our opponent. Oh my god, and he goes to 18 life. Dude, this guy's like, what a nice guy. Hope he is gonna have Thoughtseize. Yeah, no, we got Once Upon a Time in response. Because we're just gonna get a land, which is unthoughtseizable. Oh my god. Good morning. Yeah, we'll cast this on our turn. I'm still trying to, like, figure out the mechanics of this all. Okay. Now what do we want to do? I think we still cast it. Just find the third land. That seems really good. Because you have 3 creatures. I don't think we want another one. Oh. Oh, now I have to choose. And the card's just too good, and you just don't know what to take. I think we take Snapcaster. We already have a Huntmaster. Like, it makes us Thoughtseize proof, but I really like having the extra redundancy too. Let's get a Breeding Pool. Play the Sex Drinker. Force them to either kill it, whatnot. Alternatively, we could have, like, killed the Give Reverence. That's fine, but I think we win this game if we're on the beatdown. We lose it if we're playing passively. If they play second Giver, then we'll kill one of them. If I kill one of them, I mean we'll kill the one that isn't summoning 6, so the other one can't protect it. Death Shadow is a 1/1 deal. If they play an Inquisition now, they're going to be very sad. We definitely bolt it so we don't... Oh, wait, no. Oh, actually, this is really good, because we get to attack, and then if they block, then we feel really good about ourselves. So let's go land. And then we get to, like, play a Scooze, too. So now they're faced with the decision of, do I block, give my Shadow for a green, or do I just take it? They're taking it, which makes sense, but, like, you never really know what they're gonna do. We have 3, 6, 8 points of burn in our hand, so we feel like pretty decent. But we're gonna play Discoose. We love a Discoose. Discoose is good. We also Street Wraith is extra food for this guy, and he lets us stay at like a nice life total. And then I don't want to start aggressively bolting them just yet, because then we're more likely to die to the Shadow. Okay, they do have red mana. They go to 8. This is really good, because now we can swing with 2 bears, and then bolt them, and they're dead. 5, 10. We take. We take, and then we try to kill them on the backswing with Ranger Captain. Yes. Resolves. Drop turn. Okay. Let's see. So, let's say we attack with Scavenging is. We can pump it once, which makes it 3 power. Because they're gonna Shadow pro green try to kill us if we hit them for like any amount of damage. Alternatively, we could level Hexdrinker, swing at them for 4, but then they just pro green their Ranger Captain. So I think what we're supposed to do is swing with Scoos, and then flash in Snapcaster Mage and bolt them at their end step. Like, not snap bolt, but like play the Snapcaster Mage as an ambush Viper and then bolt them. So like we swing with Scoos, and then we have the option of pumping it, but then they still block with Ranger Captain, but we could bolt the Ranger Captain. Or we just pass, and then we force them to pro-green their shadow. And then we're just dead to, I think we just have to do that, right? We just pass the turn. Because otherwise we're just not in a position to win. But like this way they're just dead next turn, right? Or like almost just dead next turn. Like I guess we're forced to play Snapcaster Mage as a blocker, but okay, that's only 8 damage. Oh, they're beginning combat. Okay. Oh, this is actually really good for us, because now we just get to block. So, if they... Okay, well, let's just block. So, okay. That works for me. Yeah. If they shock, they're dead here. Okay, so like, here's what we could do. We can bolt them, burst lightning them, put them to 2, and then they have 2 ranger captains to like nullify Snapcaster shenanigans. Let's start by thought scarring myself. That'll give me more information as to like what I want to do. If I hit like 3rd bolt, then I'm gonna just go for the kill. Okay, am I winning the game by not just like bolt snap bolting? Or like bolt burst lightning them? Like I don't think I am, you know? And then we also get the ranger captains off the field for like minimal cost, huh? Guess they get 2nd shadow here. Okay, put them to 2, and then they're dead to like a couple things here. Their shadow's in a level 11, but whatever. The issue is Ranger Captain's just super good, but our opponent didn't activate it earlier, so they might just not, like... not get the memo, you know? Okay, well, let's go... Okay. Like, how are we winning this game? Like, if we go Slam Huntmaster here, which is what I normally like to do, then our opponent just pro-green kills us. So that doesn't seem good. So I think we're going to Thought Scour me, see if they crack any Ranger Captains. Okay. I'd like to offer you an exchange. Yeah, fuck you. Okay, we're 1-1, lads. We're 1-1. Okay, this feels good. This feels good. Oh, they got really conservative with those Ranger Captains, though. I think they could have afforded to, like, not be, because the 3 damage wasn't adding to their clock. Like, I feel like if they cracked one in response to the Thought Scour, that would have been really good. because like it prevents that exact situation, but like you have two 11-11s and I have a board of 1-2-2. Like I don't think you realistically lose the game from that point if you just make it so I can't win that turn. Like I guess the issue is I go Thought Scour, you crack Ranger Captain, and then I snap Caster, and then you crack second Ranger Captain, then I bolt, but then I'm tapped out, and then I just die to the two Death Shadows. Or am I missing something? I don't know. Our opponent definitely screwed that up, but that's why they were in the 0-1 bracket, because we definitely screwed up our first match too. Oh, okay. Okay, well, that felt good. Um, yeah, thank you guys for joining me for round two. So now we're gonna have our intermission period featuring me being a goon. Actually, I think I'm gonna move back into my room because my roommate woke up, so that means that I don't have to like, hide out in the hallway. Although I am pretty comfortable right now. Here, gonna mute my mic. If you guys have any questions in chat, I'll be a lot more like interactive with you guys. I was trying to focus on that last game. It was kind of a mess and a half. So I'll be right back. Alright guys, we're back. Oh, okie doke. Okay, so if you guys want to just take like a quick vote of what you guys want to do. In between the last round, I definitely was not entirely sure. So I was talking kind of about Once Upon a Time, and there's some pretty cool players here though. This is just such a large event. It's really interesting. Yeah, no, we're probably not going to go super far in this tournament just because our breakers are going to be very bad because we started off 0-1. But hopefully we could still like come out with a winning record. It's going to be like a lot of matchup dependent stuff, and a lot of the Black X matchups get so much easier. You draw Veil of Summer. Like the games where you draw Veil of Summer, you're in the driver's seat for virtually the entire game. And then the games where you don't draw Veil of Summer, the game just becomes very challenging. Like you saw in that Martyr Shadow matchup, where it was just like super back and forth, like the shortcomings of Spain's not that bad. It's just like a. Actually, we're not. No comment. So what do you guys want? We can look at some game history, or we could just play some Magic. I think we could just play some Magic though. That sounds pretty fire to me. Okay. I won the die roll. I don't think this hand cuts it. If we had a second color of mana, maybe. This hand's a lot better. We're just shipping this Waterlogged Grove, though. I mean, ideally, I'd have a turn one threat, but we're just gonna play the Sanctum. There's a high chance that I want to Spell Pierce the turn one play. Oh my god. Are we still Spell Piercing this? No, I think we let this one resolve. I would like a threat, though. Because we can pierce their, Stirrings, or snare their, Scrying next turn. Well, we have everything but a threat to beat Tron, which is good. Let's, let me see chat. That sounds good. Magic? Magic sounds good. Starts. How about? No. Is this going to draw a concession? I do not know. Yikes. They're on one land. But we're in no threat. If we can't punish them, this game's going to be very hard. We're going to fetch into their turn. Right now we're playing in a tournament practice room, but we are currently 1-1. We won a really tight match against, yeah, we're not going to do this start. Just in case anybody's curious. I don't really care enough about it. Yeah, just nice tournament practice. Tron's always like a good matchup to like warm up with too. So normally we want a lot of green mana for Scoo's post board, but of course this isn't an issue right now. Pay 2 life, no. So I guess you could make the argument that should just be second Steam, so that makes a lot of sense actually. We'll do that next time. Serum Visions. Bolt. Bottom. So just tournament practice, nothing super crazy. But yeah, our opponent's been stuck on one line, and we kind of haven't let them do anything, so feels alright. I really want to just counter this with the Disruptor Soul. Actually, we should have pitched Spell Snare there. Let me, like, we really need this Hexdrinker to just, like, kill them. We're gonna level twice here. The chance of them having land scrying is very low. Oh. That's how it's gonna be. Yikes. Yikes. And we got rid of the stag that I said we shouldn't have got rid of. Yeah, we're not attacking. I guess we could have thought scoured pre-combat. I accidentally skipped phases there. It's just my bad. Level? Yeah, we're just... I'll give it one more turn, but I think we just lost this one. Like, that's what you get. Like, you beat a lot of, like, Tron's early plays, and then we still lose because we just didn't have a clock in play. Like, if we had a clock in play, this game would be super easy. And I'd also be, like, much more inclined to take Snag, which I should have taken. 100%. Like, I should have kept it and just pitched the Snare. Because Snare gets sideboarded out anyways. Because it only really hits Scrying. I was just, like, overly scared of Scrying for literally no reason. Like, if they had basic Forest, there's definitely more merit, so keeping a Snare. But now we're just dead. I'm trying to check when our next match starts. There's 2 matches in progress. Blast Zone. Dutch game. What's this? Okay. I actually kind of like Shoal in this matchup. I like Pierce. Pierce is good. Snag's good. Burst Lightning's bad. Just something super simple like this. Like, maybe a Shatter effect is fine. GG easy, yeah. I mean, that's one of those games where you're just gonna lose anyways. Like, I keep the Snag, and then I lose. It's like, my opener was just not equipped to beat Tron. It was equipped to beat Tron if I drew the right cards, but you could say that about any opener. It's actually really awkward that we don't have a CMC1 spell to use the Shoal with, but we're keeping, because we have Mana Leak plus Hexdrinker. And like, this is just how you beat Tron. Play a threat, you have counters, and then you just win the game. I mean, on Subplane at least. If they go Star, then this is pretty good for us. If you go Map, yeah. They probably have, like, second Tron piece in hand. Like, this is where a Shatter effect is pretty reasonable. Yikes. Dude, that's all 3 of our Disrupting Shoals. So we level him here. We level him again. Because they can assemble Tron next turn, but they can't do anything with it. So it's not worth holding a Mana Leak. Or I mean, like, figuratively, it's assemble Tron. Like, they can't have them all in play next turn. Oh. well. Our Disrupting Shoals went from, like, unplayable to really good. That was pretty good. Mandrills. No? Yeah, they cannot have Tron next turn. So we're just dumping our extra mana into this guy, going to combat, hitting them for 4, and they're just dead in a couple turns. I clicked that guy twice. That's awkward. Oh. Okay, so now they have map. Stirrings. Yep, no. Nothing to counter that. Although I don't think I would anyways. Jeez. Well, they don't have third Tron land anyways, so... Oh, they're just getting Blast Zone? Yikes. Big yikes. Well, that's why Hooting Mandrills is just so awesome. So they do not have Tron next turn, which means that we fetch, get 3 cards in the bin, play Mandrills. So we hit them for 4, and then we force them to time walk themselves with a Blast Zone. We're just in such a good position. Yeah, we definitely win this one. Sacrifice Flood. Remember, no Scoos in the deck, so... like in the current 60 cards. Let's get rid of all of those. 1, 2, 3. Click, 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 pass. Okay. Because now they're pretty much forced to just Blast Zone, blow up Hex Drinker, otherwise they're dead to Bolt. Like over this turn cycle. They don't necessarily have to do it now, but they probably will just to play around like Stifle Bird or something. Or they just leave themselves dead to Bolt. That works for me. They're actually also dead to just land off the top, because I get to level Hex Drinker and then hit them for 10. Yikes. Well, they did not get punished. If we drew any land, they were dead because we just leveled this guy 4 times and kill him. I mean, I almost feel bad for our opponent. They're going to pay all the mana for this Oblivion Stone, and they're literally going to get Ambush Vipered and died. Right, they didn't blow it up. Bam. Mm-hmm. Thragtusk is... I mean, they've played a land this turn, right? Just let it resolve. Oh, got into Ulamog. But can you beat Ambush Viper? Oh, what a quality game of Magic the Gathering. I think it's probably right to have like one shatter effect in here. Right? What do you guys do? Do you guys put shatter effects in against Tron? Like, I'm always sort of torn. Shameful scoop to... I mean, he's the Ambush Viper. There's no shame in skipping to such greatness. I think I'm fine. I think I want it. I think maybe shatter effect's worth it if you don't have anything better to bring in. But I think our deck's, like, pretty streamlined to beat Tron. Unless we draw like this again. On the draw, though, with 2 Delvers and a Mana Lake, like, I'm almost inclined to keep this one. Because the payoff is just so high. Like, it's perfect. It's Delver into Mana Lake, which is the curve we need to win. But we're not going to hit a second land, so we're going to mulligan that. 1-lander. Mulligan. 1-lander. But we have Rejection and Delver. And then we also have Shoal Interact. On the play to hit map. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I think we're forced to keep this one. It just doesn't make me happy. I think we get rid of Vandal's Scour. Feels bad to get rid of the Mandrill's Scour combo, but I think it's just A, too slow, B, we don't have green mana. Okay, what do you got up on it? Got a tower. Jeez, they kept a hand with Nat Tron, didn't they? Or they just drew into their Nat Tron? Or like they just drew into Tron? Whatever. I mean, play a 1-1. Pass the turn. If they go second Tron land here, I have to keep up Projection. I can't, like, finagle. Yeah, they've got Tron. Like, there's no way they kept a hand that just did not have Tron. Okay, what's it gonna be? Land or spell, please. If it's a Hooting Mandrills, I'm very sad. Okay, that's good. Land is good. Like land. 80 for 1. Okay, I get to pass the turn. Fetch Shock Scour myself at the end of their turn. After rejecting their Karn? O-Stone. I mean, I think O-Stone is just still too good for us to, like, beat, right? Just doesn't feel great. I'm not. O-Stone. See, like, if this was Force, I'd be happy. That's what, I'd like to pay 2 life. I don't think we have any 3-drops in our deck, other than Static Aster, which obviously is not in the deck, per se. Mandrills. Okay. Gotcha. Yikes. Playing through this O-Stone is going to be hard. Karn? Wormcoil. We can beat Wormcoil. I mean, not actually, but we could snag it. Snag. Flip for me, Delver. Flip for me. Shatter Effect's also really good against O-Stone. No. Reveal. Draw. Card. Swing. 1. Die. 2 worm coil. Yikes. Oh, this is rough. Yeah, you got a worm coil. Shatter effects are also good against worm coil. I think it's definitely worth bringing in the 1 grudge. I think that's like no contest, right? Do I pass, block worm coil, and bolt it? Like, I feel like I just lose from there, but I think that's better than just losing, right? And then we like play a Mandrills and then force them to blow up Oblivion Stone or like try to fight through the worms. I mean, like outside of the fact that we had to mulligan down to 5, like we didn't get that unlucky this game. I guess like when you say that sentence out loud, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but. Stroke is good. Like Stroke. I also like the fact that there's Delver Visions on top. Because that way we can play Delver next turn and flip it off of Visions. So our opponent obviously passed the turn with a ton of mana. So I'm going to guess they don't have anything powerful in their hand. 6. Oh my god, or their hand could just be like Ulamog, Ulamog. But we don't win if it's Ulamog, Ulamog, so we just kind of like. Alright, no, we can definitely afford to hold up rejection. So we'll hold it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Green. Go. 100%. If their top card's Ulamog, we cannot win this game. Put a fate counter on lifelink, yeah. Oh, also, if anybody's curious, should have tapped that. Okay. Feels good. Bite through a worm coil. They swing for 3 death touch. Okay. I respect it. I respect it. Because now we can attack for 4, but then they just gain it back. Well, let's do it. Slap him for 4. Like, we gotta at least pretend to kill him. Now we're gonna overextend into this O-Stone. Force them to. I guess they could just wait a turn. Like, swing with both worms. Put fate counter on second worm. Untap O-Stone. Slam us. Ugin, exile my 2 creatures. Thragtusk. Sure. Blast Zone, oh my god. Oh. Yeah, I think they've got us this game. Like, we got the Serum Visions we know about. Oh my god, what was that? Well, it appears that we have a new match going on. So let me concede this one. Close that out. Okay, we won the die roll, guys. This is good. Okay, round 3. We're 1-1 so far. Sorry for the fiesta. This hand's perfect. Keep. Look at that. Okay, Jack, you might have been onto something. Okay. And we're on the play, so that means that we get to once upon a dime, find our second land. I'll take a Steam Vents. Play the Steam Vents. Yes. Delver. Go. Okay, I feel really good about this game. Cavern. We can counter return 1 vial. Human. Okay, so we're against humans. Okay, guys. See, I was actually joking the entire time. I don't know what we're playing. This is probably Amulet Titan. This is their one of Cavern. So we're against Titan again. So we're going to counter this with Disrupting Shoal. That's my guess. That's the hot guess, is that this is human for Azusa. If anybody thinks otherwise, they can challenge me. But the first one was actually the warm-up for this Amulet game. Look, and then we show them the Mana Leak to assert our dominance. We draw for turn. This matchup's actually really rough whenever they draw Cavern. I think it's worth it to keep a Mana Leak for another Amulet or something, though. So this is their land for turn. Why can't I move my... Are you guys seeing this? I can't move my cards around. Okay, let's fetch shock, and then we'll counter the stirrings. Actually, no, we won't. It's just stirrings, right? We don't care. Resolves. Oh my, actually, we literally just punted the game away. I'm actually the worst player in the world. If they have Amulet here, we're just like I shouldn't have fetched there. I should have just waited. If they have Amulet, I'm actually just so done. Okay, take a breath, play the game, take a breath, play the game. Begin combat. 3. Oh my god. Why? Why did I do that to myself? Right. I know, but that's not the point. It's not the point of like I'm in a bad spot if they do this stuff. It's I should be playing the game at a high caliber, like regardless of what they play, you know? Yeah. Okay. Like I just shouldn't fetch there. You just literally wait until their end step to fetch. There's no reason for me to fetch at that point. Azusa, Lost but Seeking, cannot be countered. Resolves. Teleria West. We're gonna just always yield this. Just so our clock doesn't get clobbered. They've got a blue. Bounce Teleria West. Make more. Play Teleria West. I'm not sure. Because I think they have exactly enough land drops to play Titan, right? But not through Mana Lake. Because they can't, like... Okay, Summoner's Pact. Enter the rebuild card zone. Yeah, but they don't have another bounce land in their hand, right? I don't know. Okay, just deep breath, play the game. These are things that I do, like, when I fetch early there, like, I do that on Magic Online because I have an issue of, like, skipping steps, but, like, you just don't have that in Paper Magic. It's just totally different. Okay, now we can play Hex Drinker, pass the turn. We let one Amulet resolve, which shouldn't have happened, but that's... Karn. Fetch. Island? Mana Leak. This is probably some sort of elaborate bait, no? They literally just wanted to take away my Mana Leak. Oh, because they don't have Bounce Lane for Caverns, so they're just trying to, like, bait it out for Titan. See, this is actually a 10,000 IQ play. And this is the thing, it's that, like, even when you do make mistakes in Magic, they're just really, like, small percentage differences. Deal. We're gonna Thought Scour at the end of the turn. It's not worth it to Serum now, because we're gonna screw up our Scry if we Scour. A second Azusa? That would make a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay, now I think we Scour now. In case you find, like, a Bolt or something. Yeah. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, they're just passing? I think I'm playing Snapcaster here. Like, I don't think I'm hitting 4 lands to start Snap Leaking, you know? Like, I just think that I'm better off getting more damage through. Like, I could have Snap Leak up here, but I have Leak anyways, you know? So now we get to attack for 5 if they take it, then we get to Serum Visions, find a Bolt. If they block, that means that they don't have a Azusa, which is good for us. And then fetch, we get an island. I think I'm gonna take second Leak here, and then put neutrals on the bottom. Because, like, second Mandrills is worse than Lightning Bolt. Or, like, Mandrills is worse than Lightning Bolt, unless they have exactly Blast Zone here. Third Azusa. This is actually pretty funny. But they are making a lot of mana, so it's definitely scary. Bounce Caverns, just terrifying. Yeah, I think we're just dead here. They bounce Cavern with the Growth Chamber, play Azusa, play a ton of, no. What are they doing? Literally just, what is our opponent doing? I feel like, yeah, they have the Azusa. They just replay Chamber, bounce Cavern, and then they lose land drops. I don't know. Play Chamber, bounce Cavern. Yes. Now Now I wish I scryed like Leak to the bottom, because they had third Azusa, which of course I didn't play around because it's third Azusa. Can't be countered. Seems good. That resolves. Okay, let's make him play it out. I think we're dead. And we got Leak on top, so they're not even like dead if we get to untap. Geez, third Azusa was brutal though. Like we played through the other ones, but the third one, not so much. Resolves. And then they get... Wait, what did they even get here that gets them to 4 mana? Vesuvic, Copy, Boris, Garrison, Sunhome. Or maybe they are just dead to Bolt. I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe keeping Leak was just wrong. They can get blue packed. Yeah, that was the entire point of Leak, was so that we can play through a blue pact in the case that they didn't have bounce land for their cavern. Because they didn't have the land drop for like 3 turns in a row, so I was like, okay, maybe they can't reset their cavern, and then we're in like a reasonable position to play through pact mitigation. They're just dead in a turn or two. Yeah, now they gain 2, so like even if it was 1, it still doesn't matter. But we only take 8 down to 7, and then we're just dead next turn. So that's not that bad. Yeah, Radiant Fountain's just annoying. Take 8. And then I think we have no outs. I think we're just literally just dead. The stack, Green Pact. What is this? Make you pay for it? I don't know what they're doing with this, but we're sending it to help. I mean, they can pay 3, but then they lose their gemstone mine. And then they could do less broken stuff, I guess. Okay. This isn't even paper magic. Like, they can't even forget to pay for pact. So, like, I don't know what we're playing towards. Like, maybe they just skip through it like I usually do. Like, everything I do. Just press 1. Press OK. Don't pay. Ah, okay. Thanks. Okay. Okay. Let's go to game 2. We can manage this. We just need to play a little bit smarter. Get some shatter effects in here. Okay, okay. So, I don't think Snag's good enough. I think Snag's just... I think if a Titan resolves, we've already lost the game. So we're just going to run on that assumption, and then we take Snare out. And then we, trim... Yeah. Trim a Pierce, because it only nabs an amulet some of the time. And then we'll try it like that. Oh. Imagine if we just mana leak that one amulet instead of punting the game away. Okay. Got our head in the game. We are sufficiently warmed up. I said that last time, but we are ready to roll. Okay? We're playing. We're on the play. We've got another fine hand. This is reasonable. Right? You get to lead Delver. Keep. I mean, at least they're still a part of the EU, right? Okay. Cast without paying mana cost. Ooh, we could take second Delver. That doesn't seem very good. I mean, like, it obviously seems good, but we need the second land. That was a fun. I should have let on Waterlogged Grove Hexdrinker so I could play 2 spells next turn, but this is only mostly bad. Okay, pass. Upkeep. Yep. Reveal. Okay, now we get to swing for 3. They are unlikely to have anything important, so we're not really interested in mana leaking. I guess if they have 2 untapped lands in their hand, plus an Azusa, we'd be in the market to mana leak it. But the deck's full of a lot of tap lands. So we're gonna jam the next drinker. I think we just need like some heavy duty threats to just like end this game fast. Maybe not heavy duty. He's probably just gonna be a Savannah Alliance for the entire game. Okay, that's 1 untapped land. If they have second untapped land and Azusa, we're in a world of trouble. We can dig for Shoal, and then Shoal pitch Snapcaster. Counter that. Nope, it resolves. If he just cashes it and kills Hexdrinker, I'm fine with that. We only hit lands off the Thoughtscour too. So let's swing 5. That's a really good trade for us. Because now we don't have to deal with the Ballista. It's just pure gasoline. Yeah, put a land into play, you won't. Only card in, sure. It's annoying. Definitely slows down our clock by a considerable amount. So we can put this resolves. Because remember they have 2, 3 mana, so we can't mana leak it. And I don't think we want to anyways. So we can put in Snapcaster at their end step, which gives us 7 power of attackers, and then assuming they don't block with the Tribe Scout, they block with the plant, then we get through with 5, put them to 9, and then they're dead to Hexdrinker Pump. So 2 turns. Theoretically. Second stirrings. What did the first stirring even find? Gruul Turf? Second stirring's fine. I mean, if it doesn't rhyme with Amulet or Azusa, it's not getting... Or Titan, I don't think it's getting countered. Bajuka Bog. Yeah, we're definitely flashing the Snapcaster in. Yes. Bounce Colony Garden? Yeah. I guess they're not done in 2 turns, but we definitely just play the Snapcaster. Okay. Let's just play it a little conservatively with our life total. Because we don't really need the super clean mana. We can just live without it. Like, our mana is going to be pretty nice with this second Flooded Strand anyways. Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to cast it. Drop a turn. Get combat. Oh, we also counter card, which is worth noting. What are we bringing in? Colony Garden? Yeah. Yeah. Really do be like that sometimes. Let's go land. Level. Level. Pass. We crack Grove at the end of their turn. That sounds fine. Okay, well, we are not doing that. Having none of your garbage. Double red. If we want double red, we can get double red next turn. They're gonna pay for the leak. Yeah. Yikes. Well, leaks just getting worse and worse every day. It's the worst thing. Like, we know they had Bog in their hand. We didn't know about the Gemstone mine, I don't think. Oh, they had Vesuva too. I guess they just had... No, Vesuva's tapped. Yeah, so... They had an untapped land there remaining. I guess that was 5 cards, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like if we don't leak that and then force them to have the untapped land, we just feel bad. So, is this game 2, game 3, game 1? This isn't game 1. This is definitely game 2 or game 3. I'm not even sure at this point. Okay, that's a good start. Let's level this guy. Commence combat. Interesting. Game 2, we're down 1. Okay, that's what I figured. Okay, let's play a land. Let's go level. Level. I mean, he's dead on board. For next turn, of course. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. Okay, what do you got, opponent? Kill us dead. Play a Titan. Or don't. It's your call. Like, honestly, whatever you want. I mean, if that's not Titan, feeling pretty good. It looks like Titan, though. Yikes. Oh, wait, no, we're not even dead to Titan, right? They don't have an amulet. Yeah. I like it. Oh, but Blaststone enters untapped? Oh, that's BS. And then they gain life, too. Wait. Oh my god, I think they thought they had an amulet. I think they just punted the game away. Oh, no, they... Okay, yeah. That's actually pretty clever. I guess that's a reason we shouldn't have fetched Shock. I never really, like... I didn't consider... I figured we were just, like, dead. That's just my, like, inexperience with, like... I've never played Amulet, you know? Yeah, that's game. So if we didn't fetch, we'd be at 10, and then we'd take 9, go to 1. Or, like, didn't fetch Shock. Like, we didn't even have to fetch there. We could have just held the fetch. Okay, there goes another, like, small mistake costs you the game type of thing. I mean, like, we're pretty much just dead anyways, right? Because now they get Radiant Fountain, and then... Yeah. That's rough. Yeah, okay, well, this is game. That's yikes. That's a definite yikes. Holy. Bam. Got me. Okay. Yeah. I need to kill Scout. No, they already had haste, right? So wait, like, how does the land enter on? Oh no, okay, so it normally enters untapped, but Titan causes it to enter tapped, right? Like, they still had the land drop return. So we were dead there because we fetched Shock, and I didn't need to fetch Shock. I could have just held up the fetch, and then we would have been fine. Like, I didn't even need to level the Hexbringer that much anyway, so I could have just saved so much life. But we were dead to Titan, like, no matter how you cut it. Like, even if they just Titan search up Blast Zone, like, wipe away our board, we lose to that. I mean, in the 3 rounds I've played against Amulet twice, I would really like to play Moon, but normally I rarely ever see Amulet, and the matchup's pretty even. So, like, personally, I don't think we need Moon. Like, obviously, if I played against Amulet more, I'd be more, like, accustomed to the play patterns, and I wouldn't, like, punt away games as often. So, like, I'm really sorry, guys, if my my gameplay in this Amulet Titan matchup is, like, very lackluster. It's because, like, me against Amulet, it's just, like, not a super well versed. Like, I obviously know how their deck works, but I don't know, like, the inner workings of it very well. So I'm very prone to, like, miscounting things and just, like, overall playing it a lot worse than is, like, fully optimal, if that makes sense. So I mean, if any of you guys have tips for, like, how I can improve that, other than, like, oh, you know, like, you should have not fetched Shock there. Like, obviously I shouldn't have fetched Shock there. Like, hindsight is 2020. Like, I'm great at being able to right. I mean, like, you try to apply pressure from turn one, and, like, sometimes it's just not good enough. No, I mean, like, my play against a lot of decks is pretty reasonable, but again, specifically Amulet Titan, like, the deck is complicated, and I'm just not versed enough in the deck to play against the deck. Like, I'm sort of, like, I think I'd agree, like, Cat Friday, I think my play against the deck is reasonable, but it's just not great, if that makes sense. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, like, the deck's, it's definitely complicated. Like, I understand some of the lines in the deck, and then there's others that are just, like, totally enigmas to me. And then, like, the inner workings of things, like, I thought Slayer's Stronghold entered tapped all the time, but it only enters tapped off of Titan. So I, like, punted that game away for literally no reason. I'm like, oh, they have no way of getting it untapped. That was just me being an idiot. I was just asleep. That one was just that wasn't even me like not knowing how to play against the deck. That one was just completely on me. Yeah. Okay, so we're 1 and 2. So we're like what was it? 2-1 versus Mardu Shadow, and then 0-4 against Amulet Titan. But they've had some pretty good draws. Like the Cavern draw, like we weren't winning that game, and then they've just kind of like the triple Azusa game, like we weren't gonna win that one either. There was the what else did they have? I don't know. Like maybe those games are just unwinnable. Like it's just such a high variance matchup because it's such a hostile deck. Like they've got cards like Cavern and Pact of Negation that and Veil of Summer. Like we didn't even run into Veil of Summer. Like imagine because they always have so much mana. Like Amulet Titan, they just play a Veil of Summer and you can't even counter their Titan. It's disgusting. Yeah, I think there was definitely a point in the recent past where Amulet Titan was a favorable matchup, but I think with Veil of Summer existing now, I think the matchup is no longer favorable. Like of course those games aren't representative of like how the matchup goes every single round, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, so we're X2, but we can still turn this around. I'm pretty good at turning X2 records into winning records. We can make this work. Um, okay, let's. Okay, there's only 9 matches in progress, so we're just gonna wait this one out. Yeah, if you guys have any questions or like comments, I'm definitely game to answer them. And again, I'm sorry. I apologize for the Amulet Titan matches. It's just kind of a yikes. And I mean, I guess that begs the other question, like for the spikier ones of us, of like, why do we play Delver if we're not favored against decks like Amulet Titan to a significant degree over 3 games. Okay. Well, thank you, Jack. Have a great one, man. Like, what's the point of the deck if we don't necessarily beat Amulet Titan as like a favorable matchup? Is it that we're just like a fair deck with like a low curve as a gimmick? Like, are we winning games in spite of the cards we're playing instead of because of them? I'm kind of curious at this point, you know, like maybe Amulet isn't a linear combo deck. I think it's also like fair to categorize it as a big mana deck like Titan Shift and Tron, and like those decks were obviously um, unfavored to um, like maybe these ceremonious rejections should be Alpine Moons. Like that's another thing that's worth considering. I don't know what Alpine Moon really names an Amulet Titan. Like maybe it's just Slayer Stronghold. Like that sounds alright to me. Because Titan never being able to gain haste seems decent. I don't know. You could also like name their one bounce land that they happen to have, or name Blast Zone so that we don't just lose on the spot. Yeah, because we definitely have a lot of even matchups. Like Mardu Shadow, obviously a very like fair, even matchup. But we're playing against stuff like I don't know. I mean, Veil of Summer just totally killed the big mana decks for us. Like we used to be pretty favored against them, and then now they have this card, which just makes it so that we can't even counter their key spells. Hmm. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. It's that like at that point, like why are we playing Rug Delver over something like Jund, you know? Like what do we I mean I guess Jund doesn't have a very good like big mana matchup either. So like maybe we just make the same concessions as them. And like I think I'm fine with that. You know, like well yeah, but I mean like how to approach this problem. Like that's one way to look at it. You know, like I love playing Rug Delver and that's what I'm going to do. But on like a more realistic situation of like, you know, where's our deck stand as far as competitive viability? I think that's always a great question to answer, and that's the question that a lot of people have when they come to this archetype. They're like, so you're playing a pile of unplayable cards in Modern, and then you can either like take your stand and say, hey, you know, like this deck is good because of X, Y, and Z, and historically that's just been because of our like very reasonable linear deck matchups. You know, like we're great at dismantling linear decks. We have turn zero interaction, which not many decks can actually boast, and we are able to run like a high number of early threats that are hard to interact with. We get to run premium removal, and then we also have access to cantrips to improve the consistency of our deck, and then we have 3 colors to dip into powerful cards from the sideboard. And I mean, like those are all great advantages of playing the deck. But at the same time, it's like, do we have any favorable matchups, or are they all just like even? Like we're looking at like let's go to MTG Goldfish. This is going to be a lot easier. Let's go. Oh, also, I think I tried to get Stream Decker to work, so like maybe I didn't get it to work. Let's try to get it to work though. Bam. No. No. Okay. Well, you know what? We'll figure it out and work that later. So let's go to the modern metagame. And right, I'm just trying to like isolate what are the good matchups. Like I'm fine with playing a fair deck in modern. That's where I like to be. But if the bad ones definitely outweigh the good matchups, then are we even like an even 50-50 across the field, or are we unfavored? Like let's just go like from top to bottom. Burn, I'd say we're 50-50, right? John, I'd say we're 50-50. Tron, maybe. I mean, like let's take a look at the stock Tron list. So Stocktron runs 3 Veil of Summer in the sideboard. Like 3 Veil of Summer. Is this deck a good matchup? I mean, historically, I would have said yes. But I think if we don't run Alpine Moon in our sideboard, I think this matchup is probably 30-70, 40-60. So I think we really need to rethink that, right? Like, 4-color Wars, are we favored against this deck? I'd say, like, maybe. Like, I think we have a lot of tools to beat them. I've personally felt like all right against them, but at the same time, it's like they've got Emry and Goblin Engineer, and we're looking at Urza, which can't be bolted. So like yeah, between Emry and Goblin Engineer, all of our counter spells on their key cards, like outside of Force Negation, are not going to do much because they can just loop them back. So like if we don't draw the exact right sequence of interaction, like we're not able to really beat them. And you look at Eldrazi Tron. Like, can we really beat Eldrazi Tron? I mean, yeah, we can, but at the same time, they've got Chalice of the Void. They've got 4/4s that Thought Sees Us. Blue-White Stoneblade. They're playing our deck, but their card quality is just so much higher. Like this one, I think is definitely very reasonable. Like we play all the cards that are foils to their card. Like outside of Fairy Time Raveler, I think this matchup's very, very reasonable. And like I'd be willing to say like, hey, like this is another 50-50. This is like jump essentially. Like minus the Fairy Time Raveler. So like I think we're 50-50, 50-50, 50-50, slightly unfavored. I'm gonna say like unfavored conditional on running Alpine Moon. Eldrazi Tron, favored, unfavored. I'd say we're slightly unfavored. I think we could probably squeeze out a win against them, but I think I'd like maybe even just throw this in the unfavored category. Like, and then what does Alpine Moon even do for us in this matchup? Like, sure, it slows them down a little bit, but at the end of the day, like Chalice of the Void just slows us down so much more. And then their creatures are just bigger than ours. Like even if we run Tarmogoyf, like Hexdrinker looks pretty sad against those, and then Delver gets out race. Grixis Death Shadow, another even matchup. Titan Shift, unfavored, but I think so like with the Field of the Dead being the new version of this deck, I've gone on record to say that Alpine Moon is no longer worth running, and I think I'm going to take that back, because Field of the Dead, like sure it comes down, but most of the time you've got Delvers and Hooting Mandrills that can just kind of ignore it in like a slight sense. So Alpine Moon naming Velikut, like I think that's perfectly reasonable. I think like as far as okay, one more match remaining. Jeez. Okay, so like Dretch, unfavored. We just do not realistically interact with this deck very well. Hardened Scales, unfavored. They run main deck Walking Ballista, but like we have the potential of interacting with them in a reasonable sense. Amulet Titan, like I don't know what we do to improve this matchup. Honestly, like this, like our clock is not fast enough to kill them quickly. They have they run main deck engineered explosives, but they also run the other card. It's like E for, but it's a land. Blast Zone. Oh, maybe. Wait. I guess maybe they don't run Blast Zone. Maybe it just like impedes on the territory. One of our opponents is definitely running Blast Zone tonight. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, this deck is just it's very good at doing what it does, and our deck is not very good at interacting with what they do. So like, I think we need to really take like a good solid look at how we can actually tackle this deck. Wow, they don't actually run Veil of Summer. Okay, just kidding. Maybe counter spells are actually still on the table. Okay, now I'm just confusing myself. Round 4 starts in 1 minute and 40 seconds. So like, in summary, like we're looking at all the matchups. We're probably 50-50 against most of the field. We're just like slightly unfavored against like Tron, E-Tron, Ursa, Dredge, Titan Shift, Hardened Scales, Titan. Favored against Infect, huh? That's a plus. Unfavored against Prowess. And like that's about it. I mean, like if we can favored against nah, not really. I mean, like Boggles, it's like it's a very hit or miss type of thing. Okay. Yeah, I think if we could find some cards to have more game against Amulet Titan, like I didn't even realize that this deck took off so much and is actually like near the tops of the modern metagame now. Like it's surpassed blue-white control. Like that's crazy. Like we just have never seen this before, where this deck is so prevalent that maybe it considers we might consider having some number of dedicated sideboard slots for it, or like semi-dedicated. Hopefully, there's some overlap. 1-0. But yeah, I'm sorry if you guys were getting a bit annoyed at my my ranting, but I think it's definitely worth considering. You know, like when you're playing a deck and you've played it for a while and you like the format shifting and you're keeping a lot of the same bind sets and card choices and you're Like maybe we are like in like a time of change where we have to like actually move stuff around. Like maybe it's possible I'll be just playing like team or mid range or something in the future. Like get to jam all my hunt masters in the main deck, you know. But that's just a me thing. I don't. And I mean that's the other thing, you know, like the slower cards definitely aren't good there either. So like I think we're more favored against Titan Shift and Tron than Jund is, which is interesting. Like we're it's almost as if our matchup spread is theoretically better than theirs, if that even makes sense. Like that doesn't make sense at all, but because Jund is like such a good deck, but it's almost as if okay, this hand's pretty good. Like we can't cast the Mandrills immediately, but we just have such good interaction that this hand is not worth mulliganing. Keep. Okay, this is his upkeep. You can have an upkeep. Jeez, I guess we're just playing all the big mana decks today. Once upon a time. No, okay. Well, they didn't have the map on turn 1, and they didn't have the star, so I think we're supposed to just Serum Visions. Like, maybe they have 4 Sylvan Scrying in their hand, and then we get punished a little bit, but what you gonna do about that, right? Do we want third land? Third land lets us... Okay, like, do we want this Shoal? I don't think we want Shoal, because we haven't seen a, Let's bring chat back. Okay. I think we're gonna bottom this. I think we can win the game without third land, and I'd much rather see something like Mana Leak or a Thought Scour to just jam this Mandrels next turn. So, like, I don't think we will realistically need the third land. They're just gonna Natra on us, so that's disgusting. Let me open up this chat log real quick. Just puts 2 cards on the bottom of their library. Okay, just making sure. In case anybody was curious where that Flooded turn came from, it did not come from the Serum Vision Scry. So that's 3 cards in my graveyard. We're gonna pass the turn. If they go Natron Karn, then we get to Spell Pierce it, which feels pretty good. If they go Natron Wormcoil, we're conceding before we show them anything. Okay, they did not Natron, but we are going to Fetch, Shock, Bolt them. Okay, we're definitely playing this one out. Okay, now we get to play Mandrills and hold up Spell Pierce. I played against Martyred Shadow, which we won that matchup. Yeah, no, honestly, this is the worst day to not be playing Mins. Of any kind, any variety of Mins. Like, maybe the Blood Moon plan's just where you want to be. But, like, I don't want to play Blood Moon and Scavenging Goose in the same deck. It's like, maybe it's just Alpine Moon. Like, maybe I just... maybe I just should not be playing Magic today. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, we're gonna snag this one, probably. Like, just let it resolve, and then snag it. Hit it for 4. Maybe this is E-Tron. Maybe we're only, like, mostly screwed. E-Tron's not as bad as regular Tron. Sort of. I mean, like, it depends. Like, if I approach this, like, regular Tron and I, like, forced him out. Oh. They got rid of the card we didn't want. Dude, what a gentleman. Dude, our opponent's such a nice guy. Just kidding. I take it back. Yeah, we're definitely against Eldrazi Tron, though. I mean, like, what's our out here? I have to discard a card to it. Like, it doesn't feel good. I don't think we draw anything that wins us the game here. Like, Reality Smasher just tramples, so we can't even, like, chain, Snapcaster Mages to, like, chump it. So, like, I guess we pass, and then... Well, they have Tron, like, they could just pay for Mana Leak. Yeah, no, we're just out of this game, yeah. Well, this is where Rejection's a lot better than Alpine Moon. And then Shoal's bad here. We're bringing in Huntmaster so we can win through Chalice. And then, we'll bring this in for Chalice, and then we'll take out Burst Lightning because it doesn't have any targets. And then we'll bring out Spell Pierce. I don't know. I mean, Spell Pierce counters Chalice and map. Bringing in a Braid has an extra shatter. Something like that. I don't know. Yeah, no, the matchups have not been nice on us today. Like, Snare's pretty abysmal, too. They both kind of just suck. Like, is a Braid better than Snare? I don't know. They're both kind of bad. Scooz is okay. I think Snare's probably... Pierce is probably better than Snare. So here's my reasoning. Like, Snare and Pierce are mostly there for Chalice, right? So, but they only work before the Chalice. And if we're talking about pre-Chalice, what are these hands? I mean, sure, I'll keep... Okay, if they start off with Gemstone Cavern, I'm just gonna be a sad boy. Okay, God bless. Let's go Delver Pass. No. Bad deck. Bad. Bad Magic Online. Power Plant. Pass the turn. Dude, I hate this deck so much. Yes, I will reveal Ceremonious Rejection. Draw a card. So we hit them for 3 here. So I think we're supposed to just play the Hex Drinker, then pass the turn. I mean, obviously, I'd love to level him, but this is gonna be Chalice. Yeah, dude, screw this guy, man. Like, now we get to level Hex Drinker, and then maybe this is good enough. And then he's just gonna drop Blast Zone. Like, do we care enough to keep up Mana Lake? Or do we just level Hex Drinker? I think we're just gonna kill our opponent. Seems like the best plan. Go. Like, their deck just doesn't do anything. Dude, what am I playing against? They Natron 2 games in a row. Why? Like, is anybody else seeing this? Play your Smasher of Reality. I will smash yours. Chalice? Yeah, you got it, opponent. Chalice, Smasher, swing for 5. Chalice, Smasher, pass the turn. Chalice, Smasher, pass the turn. Yeah. Okay. Hit him to 7. We can go... Okay, so they have 7 mana, right? Let's assume that they have just a regular land in their hand. So that puts them to 8. Like, what do we counter that we actually care about? Like, practically nothing, right? So we just kind of level Hex Drinker, and then there's their merit to, like, leveling him again. Or do we, like, dump Serum Visions in their graveyard? I think I just level him again. That seems fine. I don't think we're gonna get a lot of mileage of like investing mana to get a Mantrals later. I think we just win by killing them next turn, and then not having to worry about it. Like, if they blast on us, then whatever, we're gonna lose anyways. Like, we just don't beat that, right? Oh. Dude, honestly, I feel like Wizards of the Coast were listening to me talk about all of our matchups, and then they just gave us all the ones that I don't like. Like, I thought the modern metagame was supposed to have, like, stuff other than Big Bennett decks. Like, there's so many other decks in the format. It's so diverse. And then we're just playing against the same decks over and over again. Okay, opponent, just die. You've lost the game. Like, if they haven't figured out what to do now, they've probably already lost. Like, let's be honest. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna have an intermission while our opponent's pondering the meaning of life or wasting our time or whatever they're doing. Like, I don't even know how you can be salty. Oh, okay. So, update. I played Blue-Red a week or two ago, and I finally figured out that this deck is called Thalia Stompy, the Blue-Red deck that or the Red-White deck that we played against. That runs the Battlefield Forges. So, in case anybody's curious, this is sort of kind of an actual deck. I mean, like, use what removal? Like, like, what am I supposed to use? Like, everything's just shut off. I don't know. I mean, I think they're contemplating whether or not, like, if they have all his stats, they clearly just cast it here, right? Okay, they made their land drop. God bless our opponent. Dude, how retarded is our opponent? They could literally just play that and, like, pardon my profanity, but like, if anybody's offended, but like, why? Why didn't just play that -1 and win the entire game? Yeah, good job, opponent. Like, why? I didn't even know Eldrazi Tron played Ujin. I guess they run 2 of them. That's like their only like big mana stuff. I thought it was just like Endbringer at the top of the curve. That's my bad. I guess I could have technically played around Ujin. I don't know why our opponent took so long to play the Ujin though. That's all I'm saying. Sure, you like, what do I do? Like, play Serum Visions, Vapor Snag, discard, play Hooting Mandrills next turn, get it yoinked. Sure, so just whatever. But we'll play it out. We'll play it out. Yes, just I understand. Chalice, the Void is there. I understand. Just like put my Serum Visions in the graveyard, and then I can pass the turn. No, that's not what happened. No, it's because I could have held up the Mana Leak at pretty much no cost to myself. But I just figured the Mana Leak was not worth holding up because they have a lot of mana and most of their threats cost 5. So the reasoning behind not holding up Mana Leak was not because I wasn't able to hold it up. It was because, oh, like, I don't. Like, of course I take Deprives out of my deck and I'm against a ton of big mana, but it's fine. It's whatever. Wormcoil. 2, 4. Yeah, okay. Got it. Got it, opponent. Okay, do you guys want the... We got a 2-for-1 Happy Meal coming up. We can Vapor Snag this, and then... Yeah, we're just... There's no way we win this game, right? Like, I guess you just... Play Mandrills... I don't know. The worst part was just our opponent taking 8 years to play an Ugin that just wins the game. They go to 13. They plus Ugin and then we die? Seems good. God bless. Our opponent saw the line. What an intelligent human being. Yikes. No, I can't afford forces on Magic Online anyways. This has just not been my day, has it? Just playing against Tron, and then Amulet Titan, and then Amulet Titan, and then like one guy playing Mardu Shadow. Okay, let's do some brainstorming. Okay, so let's say we want to transform this into a Blood Moon deck. What are our cuts? So let's start with the easy cuts. Let's cut all of our expendable lands, which are non-fetchable pals. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to want to run Blood Moon. Like we'd probably want Alpine Moon though. Like then again, Ceremonious Rejection is very good against these decks too. Like I lost that game. He just Natron both games on turn 3. Like that's just the dumb stuff Eldrazi Tron does. Like it doesn't actively try to assemble Tron, and then it just does sometimes, and it just feels awful to play against. Okay, well, I don't own any Alpine Moons. How much are Alpine Moons online? Probably not that much, right? The card's worth like $2 in paper. Maybe. Okay, let's lighten up the mood. We need to have some like positivity here. You need to, because we're not going to be in the Tron bracket for that much longer, right? Like all the people playing big mana decks will eventually like not all be. What am I 1-3 now? It's disgusting. Well, I need to like turn around and just win these next couple of games because I've never like actively done so poorly in like a modern event. But also like matchup variance has never been like this bad for me. Like I play my deck and make the concession that I'm like not good against big mana decks, and then I just play against a lot of big mana decks. No flute play. No. Yeah, I don't even know what I did wrong. I'm trying to just like whatever. Just look it up on here. Alpine Moon. 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 Oh, of course it's more expensive online. That makes sense. uh, classic. Okay, what's the Twitch policy on singing? Am I allowed to sing on Twitch if it's like a copyrighted song?
I've talked.
Like I know I can't stream it, but like can I like is that like maybe if you just look at the browsing to like I don't know. Maybe that's allowed. Maybe it's not. High quality. Oh wow, that was okay. Let's just read this real quick. Don't want to get into like shady territory. Speaking of shady territory, is this some sort of scam in my chat? Let's ban him from chat real quick. No, not add friend. Zero bans. This is literally his first message. Okay, well, I guess we can't do that. Let's figure out how that works. How do you ban people from chat? This is like a new learning experience. Okay, we can play a practice game. Hopefully. Oops, sorry for the echo. Okay, let's play another turn of practice. Let's see it. No big mana, please. It's funny because I haven't actually been playing against any big mana like over the last couple days with this deck, which is interesting. One lander, no thank you. It's like almost good enough. I don't think it quite cuts it. 2 lands, bottom second snag, keep, bam. What's the issue? What do you mean? No, this just looks like a scam and a half, so we're just gonna... Nothing. It's fine. Done. Okay, this is his go. Okay, so we're just in the practice room. We're playing against red-black Vile Goblins. Okay, draw. Okay, we found a second land. That's actually interesting. So let's... Oops. Cast this. Get that. And then... Yeah. Got us, opponent. Is he swinging and then sacking to make mana? That'd be very, very sad. That's what he's actually doing. Yikes. I wonder what happens if we just, like, Vapor Snag this. What are the odds our opponent's just stuck on lands? Because we either jam Mandrills or we snag their War Chief. And I mean, this is definitely our best snag target in their deck. No, because their deck is super mana intensive. Yeah, I think... Well, it's not always just about, like, the tempo play. It's, like, what prevents them from doing anything broken. And their deck just has, like... Okay, they do have third land. It's still fine, though, because we time walk them, essentially. Let's slot scour ourselves. We'll go to 16, whatever. I can count. Here we go. Pay 2 life, yeah. Perfect mana is very valuable. Never really underrate that. Yeah. Yep. Hit us for 2. Yep. Ooh. Okay, I was actually gonna play Mandrills this turn, but... Okay. Well, so they have 2 colored mana sources. So I think we're probably just better off holding up Mana Leak. Because if we can not let them resolve a Ringleader this turn, that would be very nice. Because they go 3 mana Ringleader. Look at this. Oh my god. Not playing against Amulet Titan? It's like I actually know how to play the game now. Yeah, you've got it. Okay, so they get a 1/1, and then I guess they get 2 1/1s, and they get to attack us for 4. It's pretty reasonable. But our Ventress lines up really well against them. Okay, well, let's hit him for 3. We do. Could just Thought Scar ourselves. Okay, let's just cast the Spectrals past the turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Green. Pass. Okay. I mean, our opponent's like practically dead on board. Goblin Ringleader. Dude, what? What is this? They've got mismatching art? Ew. Four cards into the revealed card zone. Yeah, go to 5. Sign me up. If they have the, okay, this just doesn't do it for them. Because now we're going to have to force them to block with so much. And they're dead to just, like, untap land, most likely, because we can snag one of the blockers on Hooting Mandrills. So we're actually feeling very good right now. They're probably going to get the Weaponcraft Enthusiast, or whatever his name is. No, Weaponcraft Enthusiast is the common from the Aether Revolt. The red-black flash one for Modern Horizons. I forgot what his name was. Because I'd imagine they need to untap until next turn, and then... Or they get a Chief, and then they can kill us. Well, I mean, they already have Trashmaster, right? Munitions Expert. Okay, yeah, we were like... Those are like synonymous, right? Weaponcraft, Munitions, Slingling Lieutenant. Okay. Like, they don't have any more mana this turn. So they might attack us for Exaxes. No, they're playing super conservative. That makes sense. Okay, but we get found the land. So now that means that we get to attack with everything. And unless our opponent blocks with everything on the Hooting Mandrills, which is what they should do. Is it just going to be that? Oh. Oh yeah. Okay, so we have to say okay first. Then we fetch. Sometimes I really do hate Magic Online though. By sometimes I mean like all the time. Okay. Dude, look at this. Not even a big mana matchup. Making me feel so good about myself. They have a lot of X1s, right? Between Golem Matron. Do we care enough about it? Probably. Scooz is fine. Braid's great. Look at that. Get to take out Mana Leaks. Like, they were alright there, but they run too many dumb things. Spell Pierce, bad. Spell Snare, bad. Snag, bad. So I guess this just puts us in the position of we can run Grudge. I think Mana Leak's actually fine, because this is a Vile deck that actually casts their spells. Something like this. Sort CMC. So now how many instant sorceries do we have? We got... This is our 24 instant sorcery configuration, I believe. Oh, wait. Let's check the wait. Okay. We still got a little bit. No, there we go. I don't think we want Grudge. I think we're doing good. Yeah, no, this feels better. Like see, look, we're brightening up the mood by playing a game of actual Magic instead of like a game of solitaire, where like nothing actually matters. This sound seems fun. I'm not entirely sold how good Staticaster is in this matchup, but it seems like okay. I really do want removal. I think if we were on the play, the sand's alright, because we can like Staticaster earlier. But I think on the draw, we are just too slow to like be an aggressive deck with all these creatures. Mulligan. Holy tamale. Dude, our deck just does not like us today. I mean, I guess I'm keeping this. Bottom. Done? I don't know. I hate one-landers. Yeah, Staticaster should be fine. Seems a lot better than Echoing Truth here. Look at that. Draw a land for turn. Look at that. Like, why even bother complaining when you could just be good at the game? Okay, and we're gonna fast return. There we go. Okay, in between the next round, I will sing a song. Maybe. Target player sacrifices a creature. Dude, we actually just got edicted. Yeah, I'll sacrifice this one. Get a mill over breeding pool here. Yeah, pass. We're gonna get another. Probably just get another Seaman so we could just cast both of the spells in our hand. Yeah, you got it. Get a Ringleader. Yeah. Dude, we're reading this guy super well. Like, actually, this is my first time playing against Spellblitz, I think. Or maybe my second time. So, like, I'm definitely still getting used to all of these things. Ooh. Hoo. Do I jam? Or do we not? I think I'm fine just, like, holding everything they play, and then playing and leveling the Hexdrinker next turn. Like, this gets tap breeding pool, and then we're, like, super life point efficient and everything. Oh, wow. Dude, he cast the Banneret, and then he didn't cast spells afterwards, so that means we get to kill it. And then we prevent getting clapped like a goon. Yeah, you got it. Okay, so now he's tapped out, and which lines up perfectly for us to just jam this Hex Drinker. We get a Breeding Pool tapped. Breeding Pool. No, thank you. Top. Drop for turn. Oh, you know what seems better than Hex Drinker? Oh my god. Dude, who designed Huntmaster of the Fells? Oh my god. This is probably the most me card in Magic the Gathering. This is a one-land hand too, wasn't it? I think we literally drew like a land every turn. We actually curved out into the Huntmaster of the Fells. That's some enjoyable Magic right there. What do we got? There's 3 more matches going on. Echo. Yeah, you got it, opponent. Holy. Ringleader. Okay, so they use the Ringleader, they don't get the Swamp, so they get another Ringleader. Prospector, Munitions Expert. That's scary. Specifically Munitions Expert. That card's terrifying. Dude, no attacks. Seems good. Draw. So, like, here's the issue. We could pass and then trigger the Huntmaster, but they flash in the Munitions Expert in response to the Huntmaster flip trigger, and the Huntmaster never gets to flip. So, I think, although it's unintuitive, we're supposed to play the Hex Drinker and level here. And then we force them to either Munitions Expert the Hex Drinker or the Huntmaster. And then we're in like a reasonable spot. That seems right to me, at least. Because otherwise we just feel really bad, because then we like time walk ourselves, and then we're left with a board of just a 2-2. So we're gonna do this. Hopefully my reasoning makes sense. Like, it's always the worst when you like talk yourself through something and then it doesn't make sense to anybody else. You're like, Opponent has pretty solid mana though. They get to go Ringleader, Crater Maker, 2 damage to target creature. This is actually really annoying because now they get to kill our Huntmaster and our Hex Drinker. Yikes, yeah. Munitions Expert, yeah. 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 Okay, we lost this one. We're gonna be going to game 3. Unless we rip another Huntmaster off the top. I think we're just supposed to kill a 1-1 here. Take 4, go to 12. Like, we do get another 4-4, so we're not... Dude. Why even... We literally ran 2 Huntmasters. I don't think you guys understand how happy this makes me. This is pinnacle Magic the Gathering right here. Your go, opponent. Dude, I bet they're so confused. They're like, who is this man? Okay, there's their Goblin Ringleader. Slinglang Lieutenant. Goblin Matron. It's pretty good. We'll trade for a wolf if he offers that. Okay. Well, now we get to... What's going on? Matron? Sure. Matron, find another Munitions Expert. Matron, no longer in hand. Did he didn't play the Skirk. Yeah. Pashalak Mons. Jeez, with the Skirk Prospector. I mean, I just passed the turn and killed the Skirk Prospector on his upkeep, right? He just can't do anything about that. Because we know his entire hand. Right? Like, we didn't miss the Skirk Prospector before, right? Like, this is the same one. So we know all the contents of his hand. So now we pass the turn, kill the Prospector, and then we save ourselves a world of trouble. And then if they double spell, then we get to flip Huntmaster back again. So definitely kill the Skirk Prospector, because that prevents us from losing our entire everything. And then we get to bolt the Pashalak Mons. The issue is that he has second Skirk Prospector, but... What? Okay, oh yeah. Okay. But we could just kill one of them in response to him casting the other one with the Lightning Bolt. And then it's double spell, and then we flip Huntmaster back. So, like, he casts Pashalak Mons here. And then he casts Skirk Prospector. Wait. Oh, he just revealed it again. Yeah. So now we're forced to Lightning Bolt Pashalak Mons. But now he casts 2 spells, so we flip Huntmaster back over. And then now he just has Sling Gang in hand. And he has the mana to cast it, if he is so inclined. What is he doing? Oh, he sacrificed it to create 2 goblins, yeah. Seems alright. Okay, but now he didn't cast Sling Gang, which means that he's just passing. Dude, look at this. Huntmaster flips again. Oh my god. Let's check. We've got 2 out of 66 still playing. Oh! Game 2. Make a wolf. Draw a card. Now we pass the turn. Kill Prospector. Right? No. He already has a Sacrifice Outland in his hand, so... we pass the turn, kill something else. Like, I don't think that's a winning play. I think we're actually better off just casting Hexdrinker and then just leveling him. And this Mana Leak's not doing anything for us because they have so much mana. So you just tap everything, and then we just make him have it. Like, they could full out attack us and like maybe kill us with the Sling Gang, but like, there's no realistic situation where we can play around that, and killing them with the Hexdrinker in 3 turns seems like pretty reasonable, right? So, like, they have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 attackers. We have 3, 4, 5 blockers, and then... so they get 4 through. So they can't kill us this turn, but they can kill us next turn. They have Mutavault too, but... yeah, no, they definitely cannot kill us this turn. Although he might try. I think he doesn't understand how big his board actually is, because his board is actually very lackluster. But I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to go for it. Yeah, no, Staticaster would be pretty gas here. Definitely would not mind that. Yeah, let's go to blocks. Let's go block here. Block here. Block here. Block here. Block here. Yep. Let's just always yield this. Make this go a lot faster. So he's letting us keep all of our wolves, which is interesting. So I think we're dead, actually. Yeah. Oh, that was a good one. That was close. Okay. I don't know how I miscounted that, so alright. Whatever. We're gonna run that back. Like, Mana League is definitely reasonable there. Like, they have a lot of games where they do not have Vile. Okay, there's only 1 out of 66 matches. Or, yeah, still going on. Okay, let's just check. Oh. Okay, I would like to play first. This sounds fine. Thought Scour into Mandrills. Alternatively, we could play Delver on 1. Or we could just Delver and then Mandrills on 2, right? Because we have 1, 2, 5. Yeah, no, we're straight up chilling. Let's go. Get a Breeding Pool. Pass. Delver into Mandrills is such a crazy curve. Jeez, flip Delver too. Oh my god. The nuts. Let's fetch Shock. Yeah, I mean, fetch Shotgun doesn't feel great, but it doesn't feel that bad either. I'm actually the worst Magic player in the world. I tapped the Breeding Pool and not the Steam Vents that I fetch Shock for. You know what? It's all part of my master plan. I was trying to, like, make it so that we had a nice long game. I need to not misclick. Oh my god. Yeah. We don't have Disrupting Shoal in our deck still, so we don't want to... See, but now we get to play Mandrills with Mana Leak back up. There's worse things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tap. Pass. And then now we just get to Mana Leak their next play and then kill them in a couple turns. So this is, like, not worst case. Yeah, no, I don't... There are 0 cares in the world about this Goblin War Marshal. Not that I can counter it anyways, but... Let's go to combat. Hit it for 4. Played Len this turn, right? No, I have not. Cavern really punishing us for keeping him Mana Leak, but that's whatever. It's expected. Yep. Got a Skirk Prospector. Swing for 2. Okay, okay. It's respectable. Now if they play Munitions Expert. Okay, Thought Scar us now. What is this? Okay, well, I think I know what the new game plan is. Munitions expert? So, we can not disrupt this with lightning bolts because we don't have enough red sources, so we're gonna let this resolve. Oh my god. Yeah. Swing 5. Minus 7. Put them to 7. Yeah, I think we're just first landing this. Take 3, go to 9, buy myself a turn, draw, tap red source, play it. Yikes. Yeah. Okay. Let's just concede this one. I mean, we might not lose. Like, we definitely have a chance at this, but we're going to... Our next round is starting up in a couple seconds. Okay. Modern challenge. Bam. Bam. Okay, welcome back, guys. We are currently 1-3, I believe. We've had some pretty rough matchups. Would I like to play first? Yes, please. Would I like to keep a 1-land hand? No, thank you. I like to keep a 2-land hand? Yes, please. We're gonna bottom Disrupting Shoal because it feels very bad on a mulligan to 6. And then otherwise our hand feels fine. I don't know. I mean, we're on the play. Like, I think we could alternatively, like, bottom Snapcaster and just keep, like, a very lean hand. But, I think we're just going to dump Shoal. I think that's just the safest option. Like, yeah, it leaves us with no interaction, but... I mean, like, we're reasonably likely to draw into interaction, too. So, it's fine. Hopefully this just finds us a land. Basic Forest kind of sucks, but it's better than nothing. And now we go Delver, and then we go Hexdrinker Serum Visions on 2. So, Steam Vents, Untapped, Island, Delver, go. Okay, their turn. Tap land, go. This might be just like a white-black Stoneforge deck. I'll reveal Once Upon a Time. Go. Get combat. Swing 3. let's cast a Serum Visions. I really like Mana Leak here. We don't really know what we're playing against, but we can assume that they're gonna have like a Stoneforge Mystic on turn 2. Seems like a reasonable assumption. But if they don't, then we really want this to hold up this Mana Leak next turn. I think we're gonna make the judgment call that they're going to have the Stoneforge Mystic and just play it safe. So we're gonna put the Lightning Bolt on the very top of our deck. We're gonna play a land, a Savannah Lion, and then we're gonna pass the turn. We feel very bad if they do not play a Stoneforge, and then we can't hold up Mana Leak, and then we just kind of like dirtle past the turn. Like, that doesn't feel good, but odds of them playing something like a Stoneforge Mystic on turn 2 are reasonable enough that I'm going to play around it. Tarmogoyf would be a 3-4 here, because we have land instant sorcery, so he is not boltable. Bob is another reason to... This Thoughtseize is interesting. Yeah, they're probably taking Mandrills here. Otherwise, they're just going to get Mandrills. Which probably doesn't feel very good for them. But they could also just take Snapcaster, and that's like fairly reasonable. But now they go to 12, and then they're taking a tentative 5. If they path Delver this turn, I think I'm... It depends on what they take off this Thoughtseize, actually. If I want to get a land or not. Because we have Bolt, Mana Leak on top of our deck, and I really like both of those. Although, we are also locked out of, like, getting a third land at any point this game. Push on Delver. Yeah. That resolves. So now... We could once upon a time in our upkeep to find a land. It's an interesting line. Okay, well, let's hit him for 2. We could hold up once upon a time, but I think we're just gonna level Hexdrinker. Oh, we could also play Tooting Mandrills. Yeah. That seems pretty fun, too. I don't know. I think forcing them to deal with this Hexdrinker is very, very reasonable as well. Like, I just don't know what they're playing. Yeah, Liliana. Like, Mandrills would have looked a lot better against Lily. It's fine. Yep. Okay, well now we get to play the Mandrills and then hold up. You can hold up Bolt for the Lily, and then we could just discard Once Upon a Time. I think I'm fine with that. Like, I don't want to play the attrition game with them, but I think I'm fine if Lily pluses here. If that makes sense. Unless they have, like, Trophy or Path here, then I feel pretty bad. I guess the chances of them having Trophy or Path are, like, reasonable enough that I should just bolt Lily. But we're going to make the judgment call that we're behind this game, and we need to play, like, a little bit more aggressively. And, like, not aggressively waste our resources to try to, like, catch up, and then just try to, like, play as if we're ahead, you know? Discard. Yep. Now they have no known information about our hand. And we do not know the contents of the top cards of our library. All our scries are now in our hand. Maelstrom Pulse. Okay. Now we ball Lily. Now we feel bad. Okay. See, trophy would be fine, because then we get to get a land or something. Mandrills. I mean, I think we just jam him. Seems fine. I mean, Abzan definitely is the best at dealing with mandrills, but we kind of just need to... Which is why I was more inclined to just play the Hex Drinker, or level a Hex Drinker earlier. Second Lily. Yikes, I think that's game. We'll play one more draw step, but I think this game's just over. That's a yikes. Second Lily is always scary. Land? We're just not winning this. They get to Liliana Edict, our Hex Drinker. Okay, let's take out the Shoals. We're gonna run in the Hunt Masters, the Scoozes and the Veils. I think Spellsnar's fine. I don't know if they're on Stoneforge, but they're definitely on Tarmogoyf. Spell Pierce is good because it can counter Liliana's. Burst Lightning seems mediocre. So we're going to keep the snare in case they're on Stoneforge, but we don't know if they're on Stoneforge, so I'm not sure if I want to bring in the Braids. Because it could just be a total blank. Well, we'll take out Snags, so we'll bring in at least one Abrade. And then we'll just try it like that. And then if they are on Stoneforge, then we switch up the plan a little bit, I guess. I mean, they're probably, like, very likely to be on Stoneforge, right? Just trim a Thought Scour, because they run discard and help us kind of get there. They could be on Souls, too. Like, there's just so many unknowns here. Like, Abzan has so many flex slots. We're going to try it like this. If we see Souls, then we'll bring in Staticaster for game 3. Play first, yes. I think this hand's good enough. I think if it has 2 Delvers, they might just not have enough removal. That sounds really dumb to say against a Black-Green X deck, but it happens more often than you'd think it does. Like, we're definitely the beatdown. We're on the play, and we have a hand with 3 threats. Okay, let's go to main. Snow-covered swamp. Fatal push. Inquisition. Take my Delver. The other issue is that our hand's like very slow and dirtily, which I don't like. But I mean, like, it has 4 lands, so it's just kind of clunky. We have the Mandrills without a like, here, it would be really nice if Mandrills was Tarmogoyf. Upkeep. What's it gonna be? Mana Leak? Serum Visions. Serum Visions is very good. Okay. Let's Fetch Shock. This is just gonna, because we only have 2 fast lands in our deck, so you just play that 3rd turn. we're gonna top these. As we're gonna be in the driver's seat for this game, because we're on the play. Yeah, like they have a Tarmogoyf, so like, that complicates things. But we get to take out creature from the graveyard. I think they kept to remove a light hand, because Delver has been getting a lot of damage. Okay, so we play a fetch, go up to 4 types in the bin. Just play a Sanctum and pass. I think Sanctum's actually going to be our 5th land we play this game. It's just going to come in tapped. It seems very unintuitive, but I think we need the raw number of fetches just like on the table as fast as possible for this Mandrills. We're not going to fetch yet because we want a 2nd mana league. They swing for 3, that's fine. We get to shrink this Tarmogoyf to a 1/2, which seems pretty funny. I think we're just gonna counter this. Like it's problematic enough that we don't want to deal with it, so we're just gonna, because it's just gonna gain them life, which makes our Delver beats very lackluster. Okay, well, let's hit him for 3. Okay. So let's think about this. Let's go fetch. Tap. No. Fetch. This one's going to be a forest. We're going to play a Mandrills. They have no lands in their graveyard, so we're going to go land, land, land. Mana leak. And then we'll get rid of Serum Visions. And then we leave them with a 2/3 Tarmogoyf. We pass the turn. Our opponent is struggling with lands too. So they're dead in 2 turns. Like, I don't think a 2/3 Tarmogoyf matters, right? Do we just let this resolve? They have creature in bin, but we put another card type in bin, and then they get a 3/4. I think we just counted this one as well. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah, and then we have Snapcaster to flashback Mana Leak. Yeah, this game's over. Yeah, definitely interesting that Botanical Sanctum ended up being our 5th land to play this game. I mean, it certainly didn't have to be, but it made sense the way that like things worked out. Our opponent's also getting stuck on lands, but they deserve like bad variants too. Or, I mean, I guess nobody deserves bad variants, but we're usually on the receiving end of that as well. So we didn't see any Lingering Souls, so Staticaster's gonna stand at attention. How's it been going? That's pretty awful actually. We're 1-3. We played against Eldrazi Tron, and then we played against Amulet Titan twice, and they got some pretty decent draws, and we've been sort of like varianced out, and then we won a tight match against Mardu Shadow. So, definitely has not been our day. Okay, Veil of Summer, no green source. But this is going to be a green source, probably. So I think this is a keep. Yeah. Like, if they turn 1 Thought Sees us, we feel sort of bad. But what you gonna do about that? Let's find ourselves a green source. I think I like Misty Rainforest better. Just so that I can fuel Delve. Yeah, SEO. I don't know. There goes our Veil of Summer. It's fine. Probably means they have more hand disruption in their hand. Go land, pass. Right. Yeah. No. When you run Huntmaster of the Fells, you just stop caring about stuff like Inquisition of Kozilek. But I've yet to be able to cast a Veil of Summer this league. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, got it, opponent. I'm just gonna get a breeding pool with this. We're not gonna ult it or anything. Huh. Well, let's see. We can just... You would abrade it now? I mean... Like, you could make the argument to abrade it now, but... I think we just wait. Like, I don't think they have any protection spells, right? Like, I think we force them to, like, screw up and pay mana for it, or we just, like, kill it during, oh, you know, actually we just take 2, and then kill it there and stuff, too. Yeah, no, Vision sold up Pulse Sun's fine, too. Okay. So, we could honestly just take 2. In case they have, like, a better creature, but we also have, like, Bolt and stuff, so... I think I'm fine taking 2 here. I don't think our life total matters. It matters, but it doesn't matter that much. Like, if we get to... They do have Lingering Souls. That's a yikes. Well, let's kill this guy. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. It's Serum Vision City over here. Do we fetch a tapped Steam Vents? Do we fetch a basic island? I do not know. Let's fetch a basic island. Like, now we care a little bit about our life total. Probably because we took that 2 extra damage that we didn't have to take. Hooting Mantrals, bottom, top. We're not going to... bottom. Bottom. Mantrals. We bottom the Delver there because we're gonna slam this Huntmaster next turn. 3, 4... 5. Green. Bam. Pass the turn. And then Hooting Mandrills lines up super well against Lingering Souls, so that card goes from, like, impossible to deal with to very beatable. So now they can flashback Souls, but they are playing something scary. What's it gonna be? Tarmogoyf? No? Our opponent's very indecisive. They shock. They have something. I'd imagine it's a double spell. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, the results. He's. Oh my god, I love the text. It says on an adventure. Oh my god. That's super great. Yeah. Ooh. Actually, I think jamming Hex Drinker's better here. I'm unsure though. If they have exactly Path, which is what they're representing, then I feel bad. But it's possible they don't have Path too. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because if they had Path, they would have just pathed the Hooting Mandrills and then flashback Lingering Souls or something. I mean, maybe not. It's possible, but it's not the case. Okay, now I wish I played on Master. Yep. Oh, we can Fetch Shock, Bolt, Kill Lily, play Hunt Master. Pass. But I mean, it doesn't feel good. Okay, we're gonna do it. Because this way we're in the best position to win the game. And then they don't know about the Mana Leak in our hand. But they knew about the Bolt and the Hunt Master. So now we go to 9, pass the turn. And since they didn't have Path before, and that was the removal spell that they explicitly tried to represent. Okay, of course they have Path. You know what? Just like, forget I tried to say anything. Maybe they had Path the turn before, and they're like, oh, we don't Path, we just like untap Lily it. Okay, we get a Forest, bam. Okay, now we have no basics. And how much Scoo's food do we have? There's 1, 2, 3. 3 creatures deep with Scoo's. Swing for 2, put me to 7. Swing for 2, put me to 7. Swing for 2. Put me to 7. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see. Are they going to play the Murderous Rider, or are they going to flashback Souls? Murderous Rider. Yep. This game's such a yikes. This is not how you want to go out. Oh my god. They had everything, too. Take 4, go to 3. And then they just, like... Kitchen Finks. Oh. Okay, if we rip a Huntmaster off the top, we're not just dead. Because then we get to... What do you... Lingering Souls, yeah. Because then we get 2 blockers from the Murderous Rider, and then we go up to 5, so we don't die to the Spirits. Scoos. What does this do for us? This also puts us up to 5, and gives us a 4/4. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, let's eat stuff now. Let's start with their graveyard. Hex Drinker. Let's go Kitchen Finks. That's one hell of a top deck. Okay, I think I just disconnected or something. Okay, so we've got 2 creatures in our graveyard, so we gain a functional 2 more. We can rip Staticaster off the top, clear their spirits, and we're feeling very good. But they're probably animating Vent, forcing us to chump with the Wolf. Block, go to 1. I'm not dead to the Vent, because I block here, and then I block there, and then I go to 1. Right? Or did I miscount? Okay, we can't block the Ela flying. Tarmogoyf. We actually get to trim the Tarmogoyf down. Okay, now... I do not play E. We're playing Staticaster because it works with Once Upon a Time. We're trying stuff out right now. How dead am I? Da da da. How dead am I? Oh, we're not actually dead, right? Because we can gain 3 life, right? If there's 3 creatures in the graveyard. But there's only 2, and then we could put a 3rd creature in the graveyard, and then we're just dead to the spirits. But if we kill a spirit, then we don't have the 3rd creature to put in the graveyard. We're gonna see if our opponent screws this one up. Let's eat some stuff. Mandrills. What do you mean? Damn. Well. Okay, that match was a yikes. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was fairly close, right? I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like where I stand with our deck right now. Like what are its like strengths and whatnot. And then I've already talked like a little bit earlier about like which cards I think maybe I've actually really been enjoying all of these cards a lot. But these 5 I'm not sure on. Like I think they could easily be something else like Alpine Man. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. If you guys want to ask any questions in chat, I'd be happy to answer them. If you guys want me to do anything, I'd probably be doing like a tournament practice in between the next round. Okie doke. Okay, so there's 5 more people playing, so I'll just unmute myself back when they finish their match. So I'll just leave this timer up and see you guys soon. Okay. I don't know. This is interesting experience. I'm not sure. Well, we probably do need Alpine Moons in our sideboard though. this is kind of a cool event. Yeah, no, I'm very interested in like how all of this tests on against varying strategies. Today we learned that our amulet matchup is not very good. Okay, those 5 rounds, or yeah, 5 matches have been going on forever. But we're not gonna do this, yeah. We've only got 8 minutes left. Oh. Oh. Alright, let's try to figure out how this works. Why? Has Scoos been played at all today? Yeah, we actually played it against Absent. Just this last match. It actually went. Scoos was very impressive. I really liked him. Like I'm not entirely convinced he's exactly where we want to be, but let's see if we can view that match. Round 5, game 3. Okay. Yeah, well, we can't view it now, but we can view it in a bit. Essentially, he helped us gain a bit of life against some lingering souls tokens, and we had a couple top decks to draw a Staticaster and then like turn the game around, which is pretty cool. Oh wait, no, we didn't even have Staticasters in our sideboard still, but theoretically, we would have still had a couple turns to draw a Staticaster, which is pretty gas. Yeah, and then I think we played Skoos against another deck, and it didn't do a whole lot. It was kind of just a bear. But yeah, no, Skoos is it's pretty reasonable. Like mana sinks in our deck are very, very powerful, even if they look very unassuming at first. It says a lot that Skoos is seen play in Jund, and Jund is just a deck of all the best cards in Modern. So yeah, no, I've enjoyed it. Just yeah, just trying to figure out like where the rest of the deck is really like standing in regards to playability and stuff. Specifically, just like beating those big mana matchups, I'm just getting such a headache thinking about them because they're just so extra in every way. Okay, okay. You like Abrade for some of those matchups. The extra pings often make all the difference. Yeah, no, like I brought Abrade in against Amulet Titan for like a Zeus-on Amulet. Oh, Cindervines. Gotcha. Yeah, that the extra pings part it makes a lot more sense now. Um, I don't know. I mean, I guess Cindervines is like mostly okay. Like I've played it a bit. I played it at Vegas. It was pretty good. It didn't do anything like very exciting though, if that makes sense. Um, yeah, but there's definitely nothing wrong with it, other than the fact that it costs 50% more mana than anything else. A lot of the time, I just want something like a Destructive Revelry.
Yeah, like Eldrazi Tron and Amulet Titan are just not matchups we want to play against. We'd just rather dodge them. So it makes my life just miserable to play against a ton of cards that are not easily dealt with. I mean, like, the deck's fairly robust for some of the fair matchups, but we are really relying on Mandrill's strength. So, like, we played against Abzan last match, and they just have Path for Mandrills. Same thing with Martyr Shadow. So, it's not super, like, just slam the Mandrills, win the game type of gig, like it is against Chandon Black Green sometimes, in Grixis Shadow. I think I might actually be in the market to try a Ragdelver deck with 0 pitch spells that actually just runs a split of spell pierces and spell snares instead. I think that would be very interesting. Because before, when people were running a lot of linear decks, the curve is a lot lower, and I think the number of impactful one-drops have just greatly diminished, and Disrupting Shoal is a lot more lackluster. Yeah, I just cannot stand behind Shoal in like any meaningful way. Like I think it's came out. Well, actually, it does some work in like the Tron matchup and stuff, and it's definitely like a powerful thing that our deck can be doing, but and like an amulet too, it's pretty reasonable. But it's weird because those matchups are like ironically challenging for us. So like same thing even with decks like Neoform, like they just run like Pact of Negations and Veil of Summers, which make it fairly hard for a deck to just like abuse them with free spells. Right. No, I mean like Force is definitely the better card than Shoal, but I think like pitch counters in general, like they're just not really in a spot where we want them to be at. Like Modern as a format was just a lot more linear like a couple months ago. Like back when Blue White Control was playing like Monastery Mentors and everybody was playing aggro decks and like but now I think maybe just staying card neutral to even like to compete seems a lot better. Like maybe even just running more cantrips, like just running maybe 3 remands here sounds fine, or even like 4 remands, and then these would be like force negations. At least a pair of force. Yeah, no, I mean like this is my Magic Online variant of my paper deck, which is essentially just -2 pierce +2 force negation. Because like I've definitely been in favor of the 3-2 split of Shoal and Force in the past, but I'm not sure if I think it might be a 0-2 split. Right, but it is the quintessential card advantage deck, which means that it can recuperate from the mana loss. Okay, my match has started. Okay, I won the die roll. Sweet. Okay, that's a good place to start. Guys, we're back. Speaking of bad cards, we got 2 of them in our hand. No, I'm just kidding. This hand's just not good, period. So we're gonna mulligan it. This hand is fine. We'll go turn 1 Delver, turn 2 Mandrills, maybe? Keep. Like, we don't have red mana for Bolt, which is annoying. Because this is going to be 3 cards. So, like, Mandrills is... Right, I mean, like, sort of, but it's not in the same way where you, like, actually pull ahead on cards. I think we bottom Hex Drinker here. Yeah. I mean, like, there's a difference between, like, because Snapcaster pulls us to parity, and then, but Blue-White Control plays something like a Jace the Mind Sculptor or Teferi Hero of Dominaria, and then they just draw a card every turn. So they actually, like, go up and above the deficit they were at. Okay, our opponent's on 6 cards as well, so we're gonna have, like, a nice, like, reasonable... 6 card versus 6 card game. Wooded Foothills, yeah. If we're against Titan Shift, I'm just straight up not having a good time today. No. 3, 4. Okay, well, we can't play the... Right, because this is only 4 or 5, so we can't play the Mandrills this turn. So we'll just pass. This looks like Titan Shift. You. Yeah. Okay, guys. I don't know what we're playing against. See, I was over here under the impression we were playing against Titan Shift, and then Ezio just dropped the Cinder Vines into our opponent's deck, so... Yeah. No. Okay. Turn. Play a land. Begin combat. Swing for 1. Oh, you're Eric. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was going to ask how you pronounce your name. It was, it's definitely been tripping me up for a hot second. I kind of want to jam Mandrills, but I have no idea what they're playing. I think we're just going to do it. I think, like, if I knew what they were playing, I could make an educated decision on whether or not I'm supposed to hold up Mana Leak. But we're just going to assume that the worst I could play is Blood Moon, and I have a basic island. And before they play something dumb like an Ensnaring Bridge, then we just go to game 2. Yeah, of course, it's fine. Oh, okay, so this is like, I still don't know what this is doing there. I guess they shuffled their sideboard in between their matches. Call a judge real quick. Yeah, we'll just bolt them end of turn, maybe. So, still looks like Titan Shift, I guess. Okay, guys, I don't know what our opponent is playing anymore. What the? Dude, this is how you know you're in the 1 in 4 bracket. Okay, Cascade trigger. I think we're just gonna Burst Lightning this Bloodred Elf. Dude, our opponent has probably the most expensive pile of hot garbage I've ever seen. I don't know why this isn't symmetrical. Not that it would really matter a whole lot, but I think it should be. I think everything in this game should be symmetrical, actually. just by the way. It'd make a lot of sense. Okay, our opponent's dead on board. And dead to the cards in my hand. Yeah, no, you got it, opponent. Wait. Oh. Do we even mana leak this? No, we don't. Like, sure, they gain 2 life pills. Or I guess they gain 3. Because they lose 1. So they go up to 8. And then they just get bolt, bolt, and swing. And then we just, like, counter their best card here. Yeah. Mana leak, and then we get to bolt them. It's freaking Cindervines, man. It's like tickling me. Okay, then we just bolt them. We untap, swing, snap, bolt. Dead? Bam. Oh, no, no, no. Don't skip over combat. There we go. 3. We could even kill them with a burst lightning. If we really wanted to. Let's do it. Let's freaking stat burst lightning them. Okay. So, they're playing some sort of jank Jund deck. We didn't see a swamp until the 3rd turn. So I'm going to assume that they're not running a whole lot of things that Veil of Summer cares about, but even then they're still probably running removal. So we're gonna put it in anyways. And that's it. I don't think Burst Lightning has a whole lot of targets. But I think Favor Snag is markedly worse. I think Pierce is probably... Pierce and Snare are probably just fine. But we have no idea what they're playing, so I can't really tell you, to be completely honest. But like all of these hit Red and 6, which is the best card that they're playing, that we saw. Shave one of these. I meant to take this out of the deck. I guess I didn't. Give it a yes. Okay. With the power of Eric's, we can't possibly mess this up. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna keep. I mean, the hand has a lot of creatures, I guess. It's mostly fine. We can just draw an interaction, maybe. I don't know. Our opponent's gonna turn on Thoughtseize, and I'm gonna be very shocked because their deck seemed to be very green base. Like ramp and whatnot. I don't know what's going on. Search for tomorrow? Sure. Like, what are they doing? Okay, Steam Vents. I mean, I guess I'm supposed to play around Blood Moon, so we're just gonna fetch basic Islet. Oh, okay, let's cast this first. now I wish I could undo this Misty Rainforest, because now I don't necessarily want to get an island. Okay. Get double island. That way it's going to be very hard for us to lose to a moon. I don't really know what they're playing, but Blood Moon can't be a bad assumption. You just saw so many basic lands. Yikes. It's pretty good. Yikes. Okay. Let's see what the Slot Skyr hits. I don't think end of turn Snapcaster is going to be winning us any games. Pass. I mean, they had the run. That's That's where they want to be. How many cards did they mulligan down to? They have 3 cards in hand. They're at a mold of 6, and they have 4 cards in hand. Okay. Interesting. Guess they also have 5 cards in play. Oh. Dude, they're stealing our vibe. Okay, well, I can't just pass the... Why are we stopped in my doorstep? Okay. So let's Thought Scour me so that Huntmaster doesn't flip for free. And let's pass the turn. I'm wondering what, like, Snow Matter cards they're running. Are they running, like, Dead of Winter? Yep, swing for 4. Don't walk the Huntmaster into the Snapcaster? Okay. Gotcha. Take 2. And, we just let this Huntmaster flip, right? And then now we play our own. This game is such a fiesta. Okay, now I'm gonna get a headache thinking about how 2 Huntmasters are supposed to interact with each other. Okay, so bolt our Huntmaster. No, okay. Okay, oh my god, they're actually playing our deck. Dude, I knew we should play around Bloodpen. Dude, let's go. Let's go. I accept your exchange. Now the only issue is we don't have any green mana. But now we just get to pass and kill their Huntmaster, right? I feel like they didn't really think this one through. And we also get to put red in check, right? Okay, let's play a mountain. And let's just pass the turn. This way we get to... Come on. Come on, opponent. And then we get to Snap Bolt to flip our Huntmaster back over. Pump the Skoos. Eat the Delver, yep. So... Okay, kill their Huntmaster. Whoops. I should have actually killed their Skoos in response to that. Minor punt. I was even thinking about that too. Because now the Skoos can grow outside of the range of Snap Bolt. But if they attack, that's when we're in business. Or we could also Snap Bolt the Wren. So now we... Yeah, now we Snap Bolt the Wren, because they haven't used Wren Plus yet, right? So now we get to Bolt Wren. Oops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Just Bolt the Wren. There we go. Okay, it's on to results. Yeah, we got an emblem. Got us, opponent. Master flips. Okay, so... Ooh. Okay, so we can... Okay, so let's play a land. So now we can kick Burst Lightning, their Scavenging use, during their upkeep. Well, we don't even have to do that. We could just kill the Magus of the Moon, right? And we're feeling pretty good. So let's pass. Or I guess... Okay, so we do what we were supposed to do last time. Where we flip on Master. Target 2, 2, control. And then we... cast with Kicker. Kill your Skoos. So this way, they don't have the 5th creature in their bin. Or
creature number 2 in the bin to eat both of them. So then we get to kind of like wombo combo them. There we go. This is what we were supposed to do last time, and we didn't do it. But we killed the rep, so it was like fine. Like we misplayed the line, but it didn't cost us anything. This is so weird because all of this stuff is super easy to do in paper, and then like when you try to do it on Magic Online, it makes no sense. Interesting. I'll take the Ravager versus your Chandra game. Unless you have another one. Search for Nora, sure. I don't know what our opponent's playing still. Oh. Wow. Are they naming Werewolf? Yeah, jeez. It's pretty crazy. Okay, let's fetch this. Okay, so we have 4, 5. No. Okay, so let's play a Hex Drinker. Let's go level, 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 Delver, pass, and then we get to slam him with their Chandra with a Hex Drinker next turn, and then we just get to kill them in a couple turns after that. It's just a pretty great game of Magic, though, honestly. Like, memes aside, okay, our opponent's deck's definitely a meme, but it's a pretty spicy meme. And I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with playing a spicy meme, you know? And, like, they're definitely putting in some serious work. Like, this game isn't easy by any means. They're making it very, very competitive. Or we just get to kill the Bloodbraid Elf. Like, that works too, you know? I was over here complimenting our opponent. Yeah, take 2. Okay, let's, no reveal arena? Kill Chandra. Okay, so... Jeez, yeah, there's so many creatures in the graveyard. This Scoots is gonna get ginormous. Oh, and he has a Bloodbraid Elf on top of his deck? Holy... Dude, this man's been ripping gas. I guess his deck is just pure gasoline, though. Like, that's what you get when you're in Chandra, Awakened Inferno, Huntmasters, and Bloodbraid Elves as a top end. Dude, this is some serious spice. It's like a Jund deck with no interaction and only creatures. Like, I don't think it's good, but it's definitely spicy. Like, lots of landfall. John Landfall. Maybe that's a good day for it. Yeah. I think we definitely killed Tracker. When we get the chance. 3. Puts us to 4. I think we're just dead though, right? Oh my god. I don't think we like realistically block something and come out of this game alive, but we can just try our best.
maybe if we draw a Hunt Master, we can come into this game. Or a Scavenge Geese. This game. Yeah, we're just dead. Okay. Okay. Let's I think Veil of Summer is pretty much useless in this matchup. I don't know. I guess I have to decide like which out of all of these 6 cards, which one's the least useless. I think Burst Lightning seems like the most useless. We'll try it like this. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll take the play. What is this? I mean, I guess it's. I don't know. It's. Ugh, I don't want a mulligan, but I think I'm going to have to. Okay, this sounds good. I like it. And I get to bottom an extra once upon a time. Ladies and gentlemen, the London Mulligan. Cast without paying my mana cost. Okay, second land. What do we want? Flooded Strand seems okay. Like, we do know that they are on, Magus of the Moon. So I think I'm fine just going, like, Island Delver, and then playing a forest. Also, we have the Young Park lands, and they look really nice. Wooded Foothills. Got an opponent. No reveal, but that's pretty good. Draw for turn. I think we'll play the 2/2 for mana efficiency. Yep. Forest. Oh. Okay. Kill Delver and then get killed by Scavenge Goose is a pretty fair trade. And then we just get to hold up Scoo's activation, eat Delver, and Mana Leak. Yep, opponent has no red mana.
left. Land Planeswalker. No Lyrium. Yeah, they're getting basic forest or something. Yeah. Okay. Delver it is. He's on the menu. So our opponent could play Huntmaster or something next turn. But if it's BBE, I don't think holding up. We're essentially just banking on the fact that it's Bloodbraid Elf. And then we get to play Hooting Mandrills. And then if it is a Bloodbraid Elf, then we've got a very, very reasonable board. And then they're like very close to being dead. Chandra. Okay. Minus kill the ooze mandrills. Mandrills ooze. Yeah, I killed the oozy boy. I did not expect our opponent to have more top end though. That was the last thing I expected. This is some seriously next level jank. Okay, now if they play Huntmaster, we got the Mana League for it. Like maybe they're just playing like Singleton. Okay, like again, not like paper. You can't just play it and then pay the cost. Let's leak this. I just want to kill him as fast as possible. Get that. Yep. They got it. They really got us good, guys. Hit you? Okay, like they could have a board wipe. Maybe. We'll just put an drinker on top. It could be very impressive if they just tap out and like stabilize, or like try to stabilize, you know? Pretty sure they're just dead though. Yeah, like BBE, Magus of the Moon. Yeah. Like this is definitely an interesting deck. Like Magus of the Moon is their interaction. Okay, I think they're not just dead, but they're pretty much just dead. I think we just force them to double jump. And then they go to 4. Okay. They just did not want to deal with that. Okey-doke. Well, that was a nice, solid round against a very fringe deck. Dude, I recognize this player's name. I feel like he's. I'm trying to like put my finger on it. Dude, I don't know. If you don't know what QB Turtle 15 is. Oh, he's a Delver player. Legacy. Huh. He's played Shunned and Legacy. Interesting. Oh my god. Nope. Yeah. No, that's yeah, because I definitely yeah. So he's like he plays across a lot of formats with a lot of fair decks. That's awesome. Alpine moon, climb so high. Ah. Okay. So, update. We are now 2-4, which is only mostly bad. But more importantly, we have discovered the power of friendship along the way. All about the friendship. Yeah. I think we said good luck, have fun to the first person, and then we just stopped saying good luck, have fun. Because chat's been closed for that entire time, but I mean, that's, so whatever.
8 rounds total. I mean, I could technically drop now. Like, if we'll start the next round, and if we play against another, like, jank deck that isn't really worth, like, it was definitely quality Magic, but, like, I've got stuff to do today, so... I mean, if we play against another deck, and they play turn 2 Cindervines, I think I'm just going to concede and draw for the event.
Okay, so yeah, let's give another recap of the matches. So we've had like all of these like nice intermission sessions between all of the rounds, which have been pretty fun. So after round one, I kind of talked about Once Upon a Time. I've been testing it throughout this week, and it's really great. So what it does is it essentially increases both our threat and our land density. So it's approximately 87% chance to just be another land. So we effectively have 20 lands as like opening hand lands. So we've been keeping maybe like 3 or 4 quote unquote one land hands with Once Upon a Time, and they've effectively just been 2 land hands, and it's been super great. Also, we have these Hunt Masters in the sideboard, and we're able to cast these on turn 4. I kept a 1-lander and cast one of these on turn 4. Like, it's unbelievable. Not in this league, but before, when I was testing, I was able to find some creatures off of the Once Upon a Time, and it was really great. Like, I got to just keep a hand with a lot of quality interaction like Spell Pierce, and I just Once Upon a Time, and then found a Delver of Secrets and just jammed it on turn 1, which felt really good. But yeah, like this deck, it's really nice. Like I kind of like this list because, or the things I do like about the list are that I have an absurdly high creature density, especially post board. So against these fair decks, I'm able to go like creature, 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 and then eventually they can't deal with it, and a creature like Scavenging Ooze or Hex Drinker, or even something like Hooting Mandrills just takes over the game and they just lose. So that feels really good. What has not felt good? I don't think Disrupting Shoal is well positioned. I said that earlier, and I don't know. I mean, there's certainly matchups where you want Shoal in, but I think the days of like me wanting Shoal in game 1 situations have diminished to virtually 0. I think Force Negation's fine in smaller numbers. I think 3 is probably like the maximum you want to be running of that card. But yeah, I'm really not sold on Shoal being all that great. Especially just like looking at the Magic Online meta. It's a lot of fair decks. Like you run into a fair deck like almost all the time, and I think running just more cheap counters would be really interesting. There's somebody in the Discord, they were talking about being able to run like extra Spell Pierces, and I said that if I was going to do that, I would definitely like look to cut more pitch spells. And like I cut a pitch spell in the first place to play Once Upon a Time, and I think that's an interesting direction to go in the future. Other cards that have just like not been impressing me recently is Favor Snag. Like this card, like all 5 of these just have not impressed me at all. I think Vapor Snag is a necessary evil for this deck, unless I did something bizarre like taking out 2 Snapcaster Mages to put in 2 Brazen Borrowers. Yeah, I think Snag is definitely a necessary evil in this deck, and I trimmed the 3rd copy, and I'm not really excited to see the other copies, but I think it's workable, and it definitely like pulls a lot of weight in certain situations enough that it's worth running. And then if it's legitimately just terrible, you can always side it out. So I think it's snag is like, you know, when you're not disappointed in somebody, or I don't know, you know, when somebody like does so many great things in their life, and then they come home and they've done absolutely nothing. You're like, I'm not mad at you, Vapor Snag. I'm just disappointed. That's my stance with Vapor Snag, because it's pulled so much weight in the past, and it's just not really pulling that same weight today. So I think going forward, I think instead of running a 4-2 split of pitch spells like I ran a bit ago, I think I'm interested in running a 4-2 split of, or a 2-2-2 split, or something along those lines of other spells. Possibly even running 4 spell snares. Like, what if I ran 4 spell snares, 2 force negation in paper? Like, that could be a direction I want to go in. Like, probably don't want to be going more than 3 spell snares, so like maybe something that looks more like a 3-3 split of snare and force negation. I don't know, but I think it's definitely worth exploring not running so many pitch spells. Like, even 3. Like, I was already conscious that I did not want to run that many, and I'm definitely in the exact same boat that I was before. That they're just, like, not exactly where I want to be. Like, the rest of the deck feels great. Like, Mana Leak is, like, a great universal counter. You've got Once Upon a Time solves a lot of your mana and mulligan issues, and that feels really good. You've got a great array of 1 mana removal to beat the linear decks. Yeah, no, it's just like, our deck doesn't play from behind. So before, it was like Disrupting Shoal lets us stay ahead the entire game. But now nobody plays things on turn 1. They always, like, play things that we don't want a Disrupting Shoal, like Thoughtseize. Like, when there's... Here's the simplest way of, like, looking at Force Negation and Disrupting Shoal. If the majority of turn 1 plays are not Thoughtseize, then I would love to run Shoal and Force Negation. If the majority of the turn 1 plays are just turn 1 Thoughtseize, like, I don't want to have these cards in my deck. And I think we're at the point where Jund is just so prevalent, and there's even, like, shadow decks running around that are running Thoughtseize. I think war decks might even run Thoughtseize in their sideboard. I've seen at least a couple that do. And I really just am not a fan of the pitch spells when you're running into those just so frequently. Against other decks, you know, like, Shoal has a lot of value, but I think the portion of decks that it's not good enough have exceeded that to a degree where I do not think I would like to be playing it anymore. But yes, I'm definitely game to run more Pierce Snare-esque effects. I don't know exactly what split I would be interested in. I think probably at least 3 Pierce. Maybe like 3 Pierce, 3 Snare. Like I said earlier, I don't know. So yeah, we're just gonna see. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna start in 2 minutes. And just gonna see how it goes. Oh, our boy QB Turtle. He's 4-2 now. Yeah, like, we're not even playing to... I guess we're technically playing to break even. Like, go 4-4, but... I mean...
I don't think the prize support like really. Yeah. Yeah, like we're not playing for anything else right now, so we'll just give the first part of this match a spin, see how it goes. I mean, if our opponent's playing an actual deck, then we can get some like real testing in. But I think I'm gonna get some food, and then I need to get cracking on some homework. But I really do hope you guys enjoyed this. I know I've been a little bit salty today, and I was definitely tired. Made a couple of misplays, especially in round one. Okay, well, I guess I got the buy. So, uh, yeah, well, again, it was a pleasure being with all you guys. Try to upload this to YouTube. I guess I could just like start the thing now, and it'll just take a couple ages, but that's fine. So, yeah, thank you so much. We're gonna drop this event. Uh, Again, the results weren't super stellar, but I think we did learn a couple of important things, especially like the importance of Alpine Moon and just kind of like the fact that we weren't running it really did. Well, I'm not even sure if that's like the biggest issue because it's definitely Amulet. I'll reassess like what exactly we need. Try to find some like good tech against Amulet that does not rhyme with Blood Moon because I think I would like to still run Scavenging Ooze, and I don't think I could run those two in the same deck. So, bam. Drope. Okay. And peace out.